Trying.
We will call the work session of the Alabama State School Board to order this Thursday. Can we believe it's in June already, the middle of June? I don't know where the year has gone. And so we're going to begin our agenda.
Ready?
We're ready. Let's go.
Okay, I'm going to move through it, but I actually have a couple of items before we get to the agenda, what's printed. So I have a letter that is hot off the press. I mean hot off the press. There's three there. Let me give some more here. So this is our official approval of our accountability waiver that has been so much under discussion. You see the date, so it's we actually just got it this morning. So this is the waiver approval, and that there's no news here. You know, we've talked about this for some time. The state legislature has asked us to, of course, waive the state report card this year, but we had to go to the feds and ask them for an accountability waiver, and they granted it. But there are some things we do, things we told them we could report and we would report, such as absenteeism. And so we'll do those things. And basically what they say is, yes, we're approving everything that you said you would do in your letter. So that's very good. I know that this is news to you before it comes to anybody else, of course, but superintendents who are watching may be out there high-fiving one another because I know they're waiting to make sure that would come through. We felt sure that it would, but we just got that official notice this morning. So we talk about that. I'm going to pass something else to you. Let's see if you pass those down. So this is a folder with two possible resolutions that you can look at, and I want us to take a little bit of time, as much time as the board wants, to discuss all the issue around critical race theory and what's going on with that. And I've had communications with all of you on it. Yesterday, the governor and I were able to meet and spend some time talking about it, and she's very engaged on the issue. I think that, and I don't speak for any of you because you can all speak for yourselves, but the governor asked that I speak for her, that we want to find that middle road, that we make it clear what we believe. We have real concerns. We don't want to teach. We don't want anything to be taught that you'll see in the resolution that sets up our children to think of one race or sex as better than the other or anything like that. So we want to make a clear statement of what we believe. And at the same time, we want to be cautious that we don't get in a place where we end up in a First Amendment lawsuit because we say it's going to be illegal if a teacher sets up a debate and has two sides on an issue or something. So we want to be really cautious that we don't set ourselves up for a First Amendment lawsuit, but that we also make it very clear. Now, all of you know, I know we've talked about it, that we do not have any critical race theory in our state social studies, history, civics, citizenship standards. We're developing new standards that will come to the board in about 2 years. It'll be a little less than 2 years probably, in the spring of 23. And that process is going on, and it is it's going to be involved. It'll be in depth. We have a very good superintendent. Todd Freeman from Vestavia Hills is chairing that committee, and they have already met once. But they have a lot of work to do, and they know that. We've had about 20 groups, and I don't know the exact number, but about 20 groups that have all asked for some input on the new course of study. And what they've done is allowed them to make videos, about 10-minute videos, kind of with their perspective, and that would include representatives of the Creek Nation here in Alabama to the State Archives and the Historical Commission and some other groups out there. I want to make it clear that none of those are associated, though, with the 1619 project or CRT. Now, they've not asked to be involved, they've not asked for input, and we've not sought their input. But we do have a lot of groups that have asked to have some discussion in the new course of study. And of course, that's ongoing. And it will be for the next couple of years. But now we have a discussion on the national level about critical race theory and its role in development. So that's separate from development of our standards, and yet I need to go ahead and lay it out on the table that it's separate, or otherwise people are going to assume that might be involved in the discussions going forward. So what you have before you are two possible resolutions. Now, one is the Georgia State Board of Education resolution, which several of you sent to me. Some of our local administrators have sent to me, so I know it's gotten a lot of traction. One, because we're next door to Georgia. I've also looked at other states, what Tennessee's done, North Carolina's done, some of the Midwestern states. Had a discussion yesterday with other state chiefs on this, on a Zoom call, and people all the way from New England down through the South and through the Midwest. And we talked about it. So most of the states are dealing with it to some degree or another, but not all are. Some are just saying, no, we're not dealing with that issue at all. But what you have here, two resolutions again. One's the Georgia resolution. The other one is a shorter resolution that Nick Moore and I have been working on. It takes a lot of the language from the Georgia resolution, so I don't want anybody to accuse us of plagiarism, because we just have borrowed from the Georgia resolution, but yet we made it shorter, more concise. Theirs, of course, very long. But here's what I would suggest, is that we have a discussion today. We could come back, if the board's in agreement on something you'd like to do, we could either come back in July with a finished resolution as our normal process, having the work session in July for a vote in August. If you wanted to do a faster timeline, we could vote on something in July, but we generally try to have a proposal, the month before that we're all in agreement on, and then, or everybody doesn't have to be in agreement, but everybody knows what it's going to be. So if you said, no, we want to accelerate and vote on something in July, what I would do is take your input today. Mr. Swan's here with us, and we would, run that through our legal office. Obviously, anything the board does as a resolution is a legal matter, so we have to run it through legal, and then through the governor's legal office, and then try to get you back another draft and say, okay, here's, based on your comments and based on the response from legal, here's what we would recommend that you vote on in July. And that would be, we can do that. It's just that's a little different process, because then that's not presented in this forum as a finished document a month before the vote as we'd normally do. So I guess my first recommendation would be that we kind of work through the process over the next month in anticipation of voting on something in August. But if board members feel like, no, we really need to move faster than that, then we can do it in July. It's just, we've got to amend that process. So,
Dr. Mackey?
Yes, sir.
In the absence of the governor, can you tell me her position, since it came from Nick Moore, her assistant? Is this represent what the governor feels?
This
or
resolution on the top, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
It does.
All right, so if that represents what the chairman of the board is proposing as a governor, and she could even issue that as an executive statement on her own,
Good.
I think for the sake of our audience who can't see what we see, it might be good for you to read this so that the public could understand what we're actually considering, because this is the first I've seen it.
First time you've seen it. Yes,
So
sir.
I think if you read it, it would let me understand, because I'm kind of an oral learner anyway, and the public who are on Zoom or listening to the recording could actually understand what we're considering.
I think that's a great idea. So
That's
let me read it aloud. Can they hear me out there? I know I'm a little far from the microphone, but they say they can. Okay. The Alabama State Board of Education resolution declaring the preservation of intellectual freedom in Alabama's public schools. Whereas the State Board of Education believes stakeholders in our public schools are individuals endowed with equal inalienable rights without respect to race or sex, and whereas concepts that impute fault, blame, a tendency to oppress others, or the need to feel guilt or anguish to persons solely because of their race or sex violate the premises of individual rights, equal opportunity, and individual merit, and therefore have no place in training for teachers, administrators, or other employees of the public educational system of the state of Alabama. And whereas for the same reasons, such concepts should not be taught to students in the public educational system of the state of Alabama. And whereas the Alabama State Board of Education believes that the United States of America is not an inherently racist country, and that the state of Alabama is not an inherently racist state. Now therefore, be it further resolved, or that further shouldn't be in there, sorry. Be it resolved that the Alabama State Board of Education affirms that we will not support or impart any K-12 public education resources or standards that indoctrinate students in social or political ideologies or theories that promote one race or sex above another. And be it further resolved that the Alabama State Board of Education believes that no state education agency, local education agency, or school should or shall train any administrator, teacher, staff member, or employee, or teach any student to believe that one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex, that no individual, by virtue of his or her race or sex, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, that no individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely or partly because of the individual's race or sex, that members of one race or sex cannot or should not attempt to treat others disrespectfully due to race or sex, that fault, blame, or bias should not be assigned to a race or sex or to members of a race or sex solely or partly because of their race or sex. Done this blank day of blank 2021.
Dr. Mackey, one suggestion in listening to read is that you change sex to sexual orientation, because I'm involved in a number of national issues, and sexual orientation, I think, is the term most frequently accepted and broadly adopted. And that covers, and as the only male on the board, I'm delighted to represent that portion of our population.
No, we'll work on that. So with that, Madam Vice President, I'll open it up to board members want to discuss this. I realize you've just seen it, and that's why I'm saying it might be, you might want to discuss it today, push it off for a vote in 2 months, but we can move faster if you want to.
Esteemed members, who wishes to speak?
I just have to ask Dr. Reynolds,
Can you speak up just a tad? I'm sorry.
do you feel oppressed by the rest of us? Because you're the only male on the board.
I'd take the Fifth Amendment on that one. I've been oppressed. I've been married 51 years Sunday, so I've been used to being oppressed by females.
Good for you.
Where's your wife?
She's
Oh,
quiet.
she's so tiny back there. Bless you, dear.
As someone-
Thank you for your question, though. I do recognize that I am of 9 members, 1 male.
Well, I
So
just wondered why, because you said what you said. And I grew up with 4 brothers, so I don't really feel like, I mean, I didn't even think anything
you were
about
not oppressed by anybody, man.
it. Is that because I won't let them? I'm just teasing. But no, I'm only teasing you about that as well. So.
We are officially off the teasing part, and if anybody wishes to have a discussion and suggestions whether we need to.
I think we need to
Go ahead, Dr. Chestnut?
delay rather than push through this quickly. Since this is the first time we've gotten a chance to see it, I would suggest that we delay it.
I will say I've received a number of emails in the last few weeks from parents inside District 2 and outside District 2. And the common theme with all of the parents, and I must agree with them, having looked over materials and educated myself, parents would like the opportunity to discuss this at home with their children. And they do not want it discussed in the classroom. They believe that it's to be discussed by adults and in the marketplace, but not with their children in school. And I certainly want to promote what makes for peace and what makes for excellence in our classrooms. And so I appreciate you bringing this forward today. And I believe we should delay, but move through this as a board. It's important.
Dr. Mackey, I was about to say, and I appreciate your comment. I wanted to know, even though we're looking at this resolution, how it was going to impact our classrooms. Because we don't want, problems to arise. So I think as we go through this, we need to look at it as a resolution, but educationally, how it will impact what goes on in the classroom. So
And I absolutely do not want to take away the ability for teachers to talk about it, explain it, and discuss it. But I have a serious problem with it being curriculum.
Yes.
And I think that's where I stand on that.
That could be an issue.
Because I do not want children to be divided against one another. I want them to appreciate their differences and be respectful. And I want to be sensitive and respectful as a board member that I handle this very tenderly because I love my state, I love my country, and I don't want to ever do anything that would say anything that would divide people, especially at this time in our world right now. We don't need any more stress in the classroom for our children. And that's my position. And I've just seen it for the first time, so thank you very much.
Ms. Roberts, I didn't want to see it. Thank you. All right, anybody else? Ms. McRae, do you have anything?
I've received a lot of emails, several calls, and a personal visit or two about this topic. So I'm glad we are addressing this.
I will comment that I have also received calls and I've assured people, and I forwarded some of the emails I received to address you, that we have a curriculum and we have a curriculum revision, and our expectation is that curriculum will follow, and this may provide the guidance that the curriculum committee has, and it is really a statement of equality, and I'm glad you include males and females in sexual orientation as well, because I think that it's important that we recognize that, and I also think it's important that we take some time to review it and discuss it, and it's such a significant issue that it should be deliberately reviewed and adopted.
So are you in favor of delaying it a little bit so we can?
I think I said deliberately reviewed and adopted,
Okay, just want to make sure.
whatever that means.
Whatever.
I'm an Auburn graduate, I don't know.
That's right, I gotta keep it in mind. With all these women, we gotta keep it.
I know that.
And we will. But
Ms. Bell, would you?
I'm just on a
wish to speak?
more serious note this time.
Yes.
And this is the first time, obviously, I've actually even had a chance to read through the state. I've received articles and information from other states, and you mentioned most of the ones. Iowa was yesterday. I got a couple of them. And anyway, I actually talked to a member of the chairman of the Iowa State School Board. I served with her on a committee. But that said, I had a couple of questions, and I too have also been contacted. And I sent a text just letting me know. I think it was an article about some of the other states that didn't even have Georgia in that article. But some of the military, and I mentioned, I think to Dr. Reynolds, the wife of someone who's in the military, who's actually not even at home, but actually the way it started, the father, who is in the military, was reading something to the child at home, and that was concerning to him. And the wife is the one who created this chain where ultimately I was contacted, and it's not in Montgomery County, it's outside of, it's one of the bordering counties. But military apparently is real concerned about this particular issue, and as they build to unite within the military for obvious reasons, they are concerned that this is doing and could do just the opposite. And she was very articulate in this one wife, but she was speaking, she said, for others who had similar concerns. And anyway, that was the first contact that I had that was very passionate. And since then, I have received a number of very concerned parents, grandparents, and then also just a lot of emails and text messages. And so I appreciate the fact that you're bringing this to us. I do have a couple of questions about the content and just trying to compare it. I noticed in the Georgia resolution, it mentions that they are including this. I assume it's similar to our administrative code, and I would assume if we're going to do
Right.
something like this, that would be something that we would want to consider because of obvious reasons.
That's a good idea, I didn't think about that.
And then another part, it did address in their resolution, let's see, federal funding, and that's toward the end as well. I think it's number 11. That, as you probably already know, the U.S. Department of Education will have some more specific, well, the discussion is, but the reality will probably be that they'll have some federal funding specifically geared to this and promoting it. And I don't know how we address that. If we are one of those states addressing it, then how do you address it?
Right.
And whether it affects Title I and any other federal funding is something that we would consider and how to consider it.
And that I can respond to a little
Okay,
bit.
good.
So there's a couple of issues. Of course, federal funding is always confusing. None of the formula-driven federal funding, which is what we typically think of, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, plus the ESSER funds, including the ARP. So none of those formula-driven funds have been tied to adoption of any kind of standards or CRT. They have rolled out a grant program that states can apply for if they want to get, I think it's a $5 million grant. I'm not saying it's $5 million per state, it might be $5 million total, but it's a grant that states can apply for to redo their social studies standards. But you have to agree to use some of the concepts that I think we would maybe not be in agreement over. I don't want to speak for the board, but you have to agree to use those if you commit to the grant. It's very similar.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to make some of us bring back memories. I know Ms. Bell and myself and others who were on the board during Race to the Top. That if you applied for Race to the Top money, Dr. Richardson remembers, you had to agree to accept, you had to agree that you'd have charter schools, you had to agree to certain things that you would do as a state if you applied. And at that time, Alabama did apply. We did not get a Race to the Top grant, but you had to agree to those things. So I would say that just be careful. I just want to be cautious that everybody understands that the formula-driven money, so the big money like Title I, especially if they have not indicated that it would be tied to anything like that. But the voluntary money, like the Race to the Top was, and now there's another grant program, they have done that. Now sometimes, as you know, how the federal government moves their agenda is they say they dangle some money out, that you can't have this money unless you do it our way. If the board adopted this agenda, I think that sends a clear message to the department that we are not applying for that. I can tell you we're not going to apply as long as I'm here. We just don't have any interest in it. But if you wanted us to add a paragraph similar to the Georgia paragraph that just said we're not going to apply for any federal money, then I would be fine with that. I think and then it carries on beyond just all of us sitting around the table. This is very clear. Same way with codifying it, you're right. So what we would do, is if we wanted to codify this, it would go, of course, we would have to pass the resolution, which is what the Georgia board did, and then their last paragraph says, and where things in this resolution are not already covered in our code, we will go back and amend the code and add them. So they're not adopting it into the code, but saying that they will amend the code. And my understanding is they're in that process now, going through their social studies code, or what's in their code, and proposing those amendments. That would take, as y'all know, more time, because then that would come to you in a work session as a code change. It's on the table for 45 days, and so that would be a next logical step. But again, if you want, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No,
if you wanted that, a paragraph in here that said, and that's the next step we're gonna take to put this resolution into code, we can do that too.
But couldn't we do an emergency, because
We
school
could.
will be starting, and that would at least signal to locals, as the school year begins, that this is something we need to watch out for, especially with, it may not be as much of a problem simply because they're just, a lot of them are just getting restarted completely. And so, but if, at the same time, a lot of this push is coming from Washington and going directly to the locals, and I would think that the board's action would signal to them that these local grants that are actually coming out of the U.S. Department of Education, they haven't released them yet, but there's some discussion about doing it directly to locals, and incentivizing, this whole thing. But if the states, and I think that's part of the reason why you see this rush of states now, especially boards of education, which is, it's usually, and it has been, the legislatures.
That's right.
And so that's where the change is now switching because of the urgency. And we could have that emergency rule that I would think would help
We could.
bump it up a little bit. But I do think that this is a strong.
Paragraph 11 is the
Is that one?
paragraph.
And
Yes,
they
ma'am.
actually, they did it well, but I think we could probably even do it a little bit better. We'll let Jason figure that one out.
Dr. Mackey. I would like, in light of what Dr. Chestnut said, and if we're gonna study it, I'd like to, if we're gonna contemplate it being part of the administrative code, and I remember when we talked FAFSA, I thought that we could just do that by resolution, but y'all said it needed to be in the code. So if you
Right.
felt that needed to be in the code, if we're gonna take a stance like this, I would like you and your subordinates to develop the language in the administrative code that we can consider at the same time we adopted this resolution, especially if we're gonna add that item to it, because we need to know exactly what we're doing. And we could adopt the resolution and then have the administrative code require the 45 days compliance. But I don't wanna do one without the other one, if one's saying we're gonna do the other one. Does that make sense, Dr. Chestnut?
You do it together.
So we could do that, and we could bring you a resolution and an emergency rule change, both at the July meeting.
Right,
Both could be voted on in the
August.
August meeting,
Yes.
but then we would simultaneously have to have another permanent code change proposed, because those emergency rules only last for 6 months. And then if you don't make a permanent change by the end of that 6 months, they go away, is how that's done. So you'd have 3 things going on. So then in July work session, you would have resolution, a proposal for an emergency rule change, and a proposal for a permanent rule change that would match the emergency rule. And all those would be going at the same time. But that's easily doable, that's why we hire attorneys. So.
And the governor apparently has taken a position too, and she's not here to speak for herself, but you spoke for her. And
She said
that
that's
came from her and Nick, and, you know, I've seen other governors express resolutions, and I think that it does well for us not to have the legislature or the governor to do what I think we are elected to do, and whatever position we're elected to take. And I'm glad the governor's allowing us the opportunity to review this resolution and do it ourselves.
Well, I think for that reason, the resolution is more of a position paper, to me. It's not really, it doesn't have, and that's why the other part of it, if you can combine the two, this one This one is basically, and I don't think there's anything that you can disagree with in the resolution as far as a position, but then you have to do something. And the other part that is not addressed, but it seems to be addressed in this Georgia resolution, is the fact that, you know, teacher preparation as well as just the protection. And I think it's sort of like in the be it further resolved section it is, but they go a little bit further, and it's, if there's any way that we could address that as well,
Okay.
a little bit more thoroughly. But even in the teacher preparation, which of course we have some control over.
I'll do that. And I know which, I don't see it right here, but I know the paragraph you're talking about. I've read the Georgia resolution
Yeah.
so many times, so. I'll make a note of that.
Dr. Mackey,
Yes, ma'am.
in speaking with the public, I find there is some confusion between multicultural education. People have that mixed up with CRT, and that's not the same thing. It's not at all. So let's kind of watch that, because we certainly don't want to do away with multicultural education.
Excellent point. Yeah, and I think also we, along that same line, I mean, we want to make it clear that while this does one thing and states a position, and again, y'all got to decide what your, ultimately the board's position is. What we don't want is it to be misinterpreted to say that we don't want to teach full and accurate history to our students, which is something that our course of study committee is very much engaged in. That's people from Alabama teachers and business people from all over the state, from every geographic and demographic point of view in our state, and they want to make sure, and I've not met with them, but I've only talked to Kathy Jones, as y'all know, who does that process, and they've met one time, and Dr. Freeman I've talked to, the chairman. They really want to make sure that they do a good job of covering all of Alabama history, good and bad, but what has brought us here together. But I think that I'll speak for myself, and I think it reflects what that committee wants to do, and that is to present something that unites people and brings them together, not something that divides people. And I think that's one of the concerns, is that we not present anything to our children that would tend to be divisive rather than uniting. We have come a long way in this state, and we cannot go backwards. So that's just, but I think that your point is very well taken. Made a note about that. Point about teacher preparation is very well taken. I've got a note about that too.
And just to add, yes, we've come a long way, but we can always continue to improve. And that's where we have to make sure that we stay the course in that direction instead of what you mentioned as far as division. And that's what I'm picking up from every call. And they seem to grasp it because they've taken the time to do some research. And that's their big, big concern.
Understand?
So state what you were going to do from here. We've had a lot of.
So we're gonna
you made
come
your notes, but tell
In
me.
July, we're going to come with a little longer resolution. We're going to, we will do another separate, be it resolved paragraph on teacher preparation. We'll do something very specific to make it clear. I think Ms. Bell's right. It's intended to be in here. It is embedded, but to point it out, teacher preparation. To include a paragraph about federal grants, similar to the Georgia item 11, and to include something similar to their number 13 that would say, and we intend to adopt this into the code. And Dr. Reynolds will look at the language on race, sex, and sexual orientation too. Then we would come also at the July work session with a proposed rule change that would incorporate these ideas actually into the rules. And I don't know exactly which chapter they're going to go into, so that's
Both
what
the
we'll have to
temporary
get.
and the permanent.
Both temporary and permanent. And they might go in two chapters. So in other words, teacher preparation, and I think that's the reason you saw the Georgia resolution the way it is. So your teacher preparation for us is in a chapter completely separate from, say, where our social studies course of study is. So it's not like we'll take the resolution and just verbatim copy it into the code. It's that these concepts, we'll have to look and see where they fit. And that'll take a little time, but we would have you a draft proposal on that at the July work session, which would include, and it'll be 2 items. One is an emergency rule and one is a permanent rule. Now, my goal would be that we would get you an updated proposed resolution, not just at the July work session, but before then, so you can review it and look at it. And I realize you got this today, it's the first time you've seen it, but realize yesterday was the first time the governor and I got to meet and talk about it, and I couldn't speak for her that we'd actually talked about it. So we're all moving on a pretty fast timeline. We've been getting calls, by the way, here at the department for probably about 8 to 9 weeks on this. And now I get, like many of you, I'm sure, at least one a day, calls, emails, stopped in Publix and Home Depot, and this is a topic people want to talk about. But we've not gotten specifics until the last few days. So in other words, in the last few days, I've had a couple, really, literally, I think 2. Specifically, here is an article that my child had to read in middle school, and I've got concerns about this article. And so we're addressing those back to those local superintendents and make sure they're aware and talking through those, and we're looking at those. But most of it has been about a bigger, what they're hearing on the news and seeing on social media, not a specific, here is a passage my child had that I'm concerned about. And we've always had those kinds of issues where people are, every year, people are concerned about either a book their child's asked to read, or a passage, or an article review, or those kind of things. So we're used to dealing with those things, especially in social studies and science, but particularly related to critical race theory. That's new in the last few days. I think it will probably continue. Obviously, school is out for the summer, though there are a lot of students in summer school. But of the 2 we got, they were things that had happened in the past school year. It's just now, I think, because of some of the attention, they wanted to bring them, or they were brought to light to us. So we'll work through those things too. I will make it very public. Y'all know this. I've said it, and you all understand this, that whereas it's not in our CRT is not in our course of study. There's no question about that. I cannot guarantee that there is not a person somewhere that's pulled out a book or an article or something that's the antithesis of what I would want. That happens, and we've dealt with that for years. There's always somebody using something that people in the community or in that classroom or that school have concerns about. And we'll continue to deal with those through this issue and others as we go forward. We always will. We had had nothing to do with critical race theory, but in the last year we had a teacher that used a book that was, in my opinion, as a parent and educator, was very inappropriate for middle school. And after we got into it and dealt with it, one of our board members dealt with it, but I won't call you out, but found out the teacher didn't read the book ahead of time. And so the teacher got about halfway through the book and then realized that, oh my gosh, this is not material appropriate for a 7th grader. And we dealt with it, but we did not hang, draw, quarter the teacher and take away her teaching certificate, but we did deal with it. But a lot of that is, if you're a teacher in a classroom, you've got to read a book before you present that book to your students. And so those are things, I just want to make it clear that I can't promise nothing like that will ever happen again. In fact, I can almost promise the opposite. It will happen again. I've been dealing with it for 30 years. So we'll deal with it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Good.
as well as what everybody said about receiving phone calls and texts and all that. But so when we go back, we're going to decipher this and look at it and then take these and maybe even search with the Iowa and other ones. So whatever we come forth with, we should send it to you or Jason to get our input onto.
Send these to me, or you can send it to both of us. We're going to be working on it together,
Okay.
but because I'm the one that's communicating directly with the governor, I'd like let me see what all comes into.
Okay, sounds good.
Dr. Mackey, since you're
But I
communicating.
lose email, so sending it to me and Jason's
didn't want to
probably
be
a good
ugly about
idea.
it, but
That's
the
true.
email on this table.
Just out of curiosity, because we are a political organization and the governor is too, I've seen other governors write resolutions or direction in their position. In your meeting with the governor, did she give any indication that Nick's not here either, so I can't ask him, of her predisposition to issue her own edict, or is she gonna rely on, allow, I'm gonna use the correct term that I have, allow the Board of Education to handle this issue?
I think she wants the board to take the lead, and her position was as president of the board. And as y'all know, in most states, the governor is not president of the school board, so it's a little different. For instance, in Georgia, Governor Kemp wrote a letter to the board asking them to do a resolution.
And all the board members are appointees.
And they're right, the governor appoints all their board members, so when he writes a letter, that has a certain caveat. But he did not order them to do it, he wrote them a letter asking them to do it, and they then came back with a resolution. I think she feels like, as president of the board, that she feels like as president of the board, that it, rather than her like writing a letter to all of you saying, hey, this is what I want y'all to do, this is what I want us to do together, here's a proposed resolution to start with.
I appreciate that position, and I'm glad she's taking that.
Well, I think the other part of it is that an executive order from the governor is very limited, even though it could have some limited enforcement. Certainly it would change with any change in the governor's office if it's lifted. But the other part of it is that that's our authority, and we were elected to deal with education policy specifically. And we represent districts, and we've been hearing from our constituents, and I just think that that's the only thing to do. Whether the governor wants to participate, it's up to the governor, no matter who the governor may be, but because it's an ex officio role as president. But we do have that authority, and that is our responsibility, and I'm excited that the board is actually looking at this and trying to deal with it, rather than bumping it over to the legislature or anyone or anything else. So I appreciate the fact that we don't need anyone to ask us. We're doing it regardless, and I appreciate the superintendent's role in it.
So all of your input and suggestions and comments, and this is just me, but if you pick up something, say from Iowa or North Carolina or something, you might want to give a little bit of notice so they know from where you got that information, in case they need to go back to that particular document. So that's where we stand. And then, so in July, we will be coming back, and you will, I think I heard you say that you'll compile it and send it to us before the
Yeah,
July
we'll send you
meeting.
something before then.
Okay.
Maybe not the code change part, because that's a little complicated, but the resolution for sure.
Okay, good. Right.
So that takes us to item 1A on the agenda. I know that we have 5 presentations for you today. Let me tell you, don't panic on us. I know some of you have appointments this afternoon, and we respect that, and we're gonna make sure we take care of that for you. But what I would suggest is 11:23 that we at least, these are gonna take, I think, about 15 minutes each to go through, depending on how many questions you all have on different ones. But they are all really important. And so what I would ask is turn it over to Dr. Boyd, he's got different people that are coming to work with him. Come on up on different ones of these. Mostly he just said, Dr. May, can I just talk a lot during the So let me say this before he does that, though. This will help you maybe a little bit. So items 3 through 7, these are resolutions to honor cyber students. Now, none of them were able to come in July. July is that's a rough time to get people here. So they're coming in August. So August, we're going to have a group of counselors we're honoring. We're going to have teachers we're honoring. We're going to have the teachers of the year at the August meeting to honor, and we're going to have these students. So August meeting, the business meeting in August, is going to be a lot like the May meeting. There are going to be a lot of people and a lot of resolutions and a lot of pictures. So I think it'll be a good way to kick off the school year. But there won't be, so when you just realize the July meeting,
Yeah, can you tell us where these,
Yes.
which district are these homeschooled?
the homeschoolers, we're not sure. Because this came to us, we're not sure where they are, but I think
Okay.
Dr. Sibley's working on that, trying to
Okay.
get that.
Okay, thanks, 'cause
The
that's
ones,
what
the
we
public
need to
school
know.
students, we know
Right.
where they're going to school, but we're not sure where the homeschool students live, but we're working on getting the
So we know
district
which
before they come.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So if you'll notice then, there is actually, in the July meeting, other than that's the required meeting in the Constitution, remember it's on a Tuesday, not a Thursday, you have to elect a vice president and a pro tem, but other than that, there's nothing for you to vote on in July. There's no business coming to you at the July meeting. And then we will come to the work session, well, there's nothing planned, since we won't be doing this other resolution either. And then the work session, we'll get through several of these issues, and we may have others, but just realize that the July meeting for our new board members is usually like that. Sometimes there's one of these, a College of Education to adopt or something, but otherwise, the school people are all out. Mega conference is going on, so most of our staff will be at mega conference. And so you'll find the July meeting, you'll think, what's happened? There's nobody here and there's very little business. But it's just the way that the calendar rolls. And then, but we do have to meet. It's the only meeting required in the Constitution, and it is required to be held in the capital city. So we will make all the constitutional requirements, and then in August, you're going to see the other end of that rubber band, because we're going to have a very long meeting. The auditorium's going to be full of people and lots of recognitions and things going on. So I just wanted to point that out. So what I would do again, Madam Vice President, suggest we go through as many of these as y'all want, break and recess for lunch, and then we come back and finish those in board questions, and then we really don't have, because we don't have any business items for next month, we don't have anything else to propose. So
basically, 1 and 2 are
There you
approval, and then 3, we've already decided, and Dr. Sibley will let us know about 6 and 7.
yes, sir.
Okay, go. Oh, wait a
Dr.
minute.
Boyd, I'm gonna
All
grab
right,
some
everybody
coffee.
look at him and
Very
say,
good.
go.
Well, good morning. Our first presentation is on improving instruction using a new teacher observation tool, and Jeff Langle will come up here. Jeff has taken the lead on this particular project, and we're going to present some good information to you. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge also Dr. Angie Pelton, who's sitting here on the end. She did a lot of the legwork behind the scenes, making all of these things here work, the research, the alignment of the course of study standards associated with this. So a lot of good work was done, so we really appreciate the good things that was done associated with
Well, and
this.
we thank you very much for that.
So that being said, I'll turn it over to Dr. Langle.
Thank you so much. Charles, are you my clicker
I am indeed.
for this? All right, I'll
A
prepare
movie
to-
star, Dr. Lang.
I'm a much safer territory here with you all than I am in home renovation projects on television.
You looked
So-
great.
oh, well,
You
thank
did.
you.
That was really
Thank you. My 15 seconds of fame. I've not arranged a booking agent yet, but perhaps that's what everybody else said too. They laughed. So, buckle your seatbelts tight. We're just so excited to be here with you today to share with you a process that started back in September of 2019 and something that we think is going to be very dynamic and exciting for our schools. There's a bundle of information here, and in the consciousness of time, we're going to move quickly, but to know that we're available 24/7 for any follow-up questions that we can't get to during the course of the meeting today. Just taking a quick glance at the agenda, we're going to introduce you to the task force members, how this teacher observation tool grew out of the ESSA requirements. You'll look at a conceptual model, the dimensions of this tool, which we think are all very standardized for classroom use. Their relationship, the observations relationship, the Alabama core teaching standards, how training will be disseminated through our regional in-service centers, which is a great win-win proposition, and also looking at how user-friendly this process and this tool will be. Next. Just at a quick glance, you see that during the course of this almost 2-year journey, we have had an invaluable group of stakeholders representing superintendents under the capable leadership of Pelham Superintendent Dr. Scott Cofield as our leader there. principals, teachers, local school personnel, counselors, our education family members. Next. Next, thank you. Governor's office representation, several key officials from central offices, and our regional in-service centers. And believe me that everybody has come to the table with a voice, and this has been a great give and take process.
Excuse me, what did the asterisk denote for the two people?
Back, please.
Dr. Jeter,
Yes, Dr. Jeter and Beaver.
They came in one role and then
took another,
changed,
okay.
and they're still on part of our committee, but from our earliest publications, they shifted roles.
Thank you.
Sorry. Dr. Boyd.
Our next slide discusses ESSA requirements. So the federal government has certain things in place for states and school districts, and one of them is the fact that we have to report disparities that result in low-income students and minority students being taught by ineffective and inexperienced or out-of-field teachers at higher rates than other students. So in order for us to make a determination regarding this, we have to have a consistent tool to be used to observe our teachers to see if that difference exists. If there does exist, then the states can use Title II dollars, which is the old Dwight D. Eisenhower professional development money, to help remediate those particular teachers. So this particular slide shares our report card and the weight configuration. It's based on a 100-point scale. So if you have a school without a grade 12, there are 4 categories there: academic achievement, academic growth, chronic absenteeism, and progress in English language proficiency. So each one has a different weight. Academic achievement and academic growth is equal at 40%, and those are the biggest categories. In order for us to have a good tool to measure how well our teachers are doing in the school, it's important to use one of those particular categories to help make a generalization about the teacher performance in the schools and across our state. And the best one to use is academic growth. The reason why academic growth, based on the research that's done, is used is because, unlike academic achievement, academic growth is not tied to social economic status or anything like that. Every student has the ability to grow, and is by far the best performance standard to use. On the right-hand side is a pie graph of schools with grade 12. And in that particular case, you have 2 additional performance standards. They include the college and career readiness rate, which is 10% of the total score, and graduation rate, which is 30%. So this conceptual model here puts everything together in one picture here. It kind of describes the whole process, but Jeff and I will go in detail about how all this is done. So the observation tool, which is what we're talking about mainly here, was created with Cognia. This is what we're going to use consistently across the state to determine how well teachers are doing in our schools. So in the past, we used PEPI a long time ago, and then most recently we used Educate Alabama. So PEPI was used for approximately 13 years, and Educate Alabama has been used for 14 years. So this tool will be used starting soon in January, and will be implemented fully this upcoming school year. So we'll capture that particular information, and then at that particular point at the end of the year, the principal will sit with the teacher and have this discussion, and then they will develop a professional development plan for that particular teacher. The big advantage of this new observation tool is that there are 5 dimensions or 5 different categories, and instead of being qualitative, it's quantitative. So you have a number or average for each individual category. So if there's a weakness for that particular teacher, then that principal can work with that teacher on getting professional development in that particular area there. So also, in addition to that, the school system or the district professional development director could look at all of the teachers' results, and if there's a deficit area across the district, then professional development can take place during the summertime or sometime during the year. In many cases, school districts have professional development days in October during Columbus Day, or during in February on President's Day. Students are not in school, but teachers are there because teachers have approximately 7 professional development days where they can get that prescriptive professional development. So in that green box ahead there, that's the LEA professional development. If we go back down and we incorporate the other components, which is the federal requirements, we're going to take that teacher observation score and combine it with the Alabama report card growth data, which I just shared with you beforehand. Add the 2 together, you have 100-point scale, but most of the points for that teacher score will come from that observation tool, because we're more concerned with what that teacher is doing and what's not, and instead of what's being done at the school. So you have an 80-to-20 ratio, so we'll have that evaluation score, and it's evaluation score, and that name is used because that's how the feds call it, evaluation score, but these are typically an observation score that we use at the school level. I guess a better name would be a comprehensive score. But this score here will then be used by the State Department of Education. At that point, we could provide statewide professional development using our in-service centers. There are 11 regional in-service centers, and we could provide professional development for the whole state. So if we see, for example, there's a problem with teachers covering fractions and the students aren't doing well based on our disaggregated test scores in the area of fractions, then we could provide fractions in one part of the state, or we could provide order of operations in another state. So we could truly provide this prescriptive, tailored type professional development to make sure that we're improving teaching and learning across the state. So number one, we're implementing this to meet the requirements of the federal government, but also to help improve teaching and learning, and also to make the tool quantitative where it's more beneficial for the principals and the teachers to see the results. And we also have 5 different categories, which really tells us where our deficit areas are.
Dr. Boyd just mentioned that we are working with Cognia in the development of this teacher observation tool. And through our task force, that has been a very organic process. Early on, the great majority of our school systems use a Cognia product called Elliott, which is a classroom observation form that just gives invaluable information about the dynamic going on in the classroom, very student-centered. And so many of our task force members representing their bigger constituency wanted to have a similar product to Elliott that is so user-friendly, that gives just invaluable information in a quick scope amount of time. And so from that process on, the development came to be with Cognia of a tool that was similar with the teacher observation tool, which would be separate from Elliott, could be used in conjunction with the teacher observation tool, of course, being more teacher-centric, Elliott being more student-centric, but through the two, making sure that you have a very dynamic view of that classroom. Cognia is a great partner in this because, as you can see from the quick glance here, their role in their national and international recognition, working with 85 countries, 36,000 institutions, 5 million teachers, and 25 million students. So their work already comes to the table very recognized as we have moved through this process. Next, please. And this just gives you a quick glance at the entire process that starting 2 years ago and working through our task force and throughout the months with Cognia, going through an entire very structured process here. From scanning the literature to researching the best way to go to creating, getting the best idea of what this teacher observation tool would look like, actually creating it, making sure that it's field tested, and then coming up with a final product that we are now at that stage now. Next. And then just another glance at what I said there, the lab through Cognia worked with every venue possible to make sure that we could have the most effective tool. And with all the standards, with CAPE, with National Board standards, through our current processes of Educate Alabama, our Alabama Core Teaching Standards, some of the recognized frameworks of Danielson and Marzano, and also looking at other states' effectiveness systems, and learned a variety of lessons there. But key in the busy, hurry-up world where we've got so many things going on at school, but must have time to have a laser focus on what's actually happening in our classrooms. Being able, through all of this research and exploration, coming up with a tool that's straightforward, simple to use, applicable to all teachers, and provides the necessary follow-up. Next. And seeing that the dimensions of this tool, which are culture and climate, learning, essentials, agency, and relationship, when we introduce you to those words, are beautifully aligned with ESSA and the components of that, from student engagement to classroom culture. You see the similarities there of the requirements that we need to meet through this tool with ESSA. Next. Here's just another reiteration of what I've just said there, but the 5 essential dimensions of this observation tool with some thought questions to follow that as well. Next. I hope that you'll see through the next slides, and as I said, you've got a copy of this before you. You can go back and dig deeply. We'll be available for questions. But I hope that you will feel, as we are so heartened and encouraged by the depth and the breadth of the research that has gone in to this tool and this entire process there. That research questions were formulated in going into the process early on, seeing some of the key themes that came through that I think at a quick glance of those, you would say that yes, those are all applicable to our teachers and our classroom situations. Next. And the vast amount of research and literature support that goes into each of those 5 dimensions of this tool. Clicking through quickly with culture and climate, you see there, and you're welcome to look these up on your own as a book report, but we will not require that of you. But I will say from that other teacher, you must always read the book as an old English teacher. Thank you. Continuing along, segue there. Next. The learning, all the research that is attached to that dimension as a part of the tool. Next. Agency. Just making sure that students are able to spread their wings and fly on their own is a very simplistic definition of that. But in relationships, you also see that very respected researchers and their work in those fields were also explored there. Next. As you looked at that multi-circular process there, one of the biggest steps in actually formulating the tool was a pilot test. That a pilot test is just dipping your toe in the water. It's a very small, getting started approach. 23 observations were conducted both by our team here at the State Department and by Cognia, making sure we had diversity in all the key areas, location, demographics, and such. And looking at a variety of schools, a variety of teacher experiences that we were involved in that pilot process. An exciting thing is that this tool is developed to address both modes of delivery, the face-to-face or remote instruction as well. And we had the opportunity to participate in the pilot test remotely, and that was a very engaging and a great learning experience there. So the pilot takes you through what's the next step as far as content revisions are concerned. After the pilot test, next follows a much larger approach and the field test there. And we here at the department were given the task of getting approximately 50 to 70 school administrators to in their own schools to field test the instrument in anywhere from 5 to 7 classrooms in their local schools throughout the state. We're pleased to announce that we were overachievers in this, that we went way beyond 50 to 70, that we got well into, I think, maybe 120 observers there. So that boosted our numbers of observations and just really thrilled the researchers at Cognia that they had a greater pool of observations, which once again just goes to strengthen this tool as such. So working there, making sure we had Title I schools included in the mix there, making sure that we were able to navigate this through the different modes of instruction, and making sure that we had reasonable numbers of elementary, middle, and high schools, and just an invaluable experience here. Next. There's a quick glance at the actual design of the tool. You'll see that it's on that 4-point scale there, covering the 5 dimensions. This is just a little snapshot of the part of the tool, but can be used electronically, and once again gives that 4-point scale where you've got to make a commitment to exactly what is going on in that classroom. Yes, ma'am.
I have one question. When you talk about teacher observation, is this defined as just a classroom teacher, or is it going to include you know, all of the ones to be evaluated, your special needs, your speech therapists, your PE teachers. How encompassing is this? To whom will it be designed?
Do we want to stay tuned for that, and
Okay.
we'll address
Stay
that
tuned.
before we
I can
wrap up?
stay
Yes,
tuned. Okay.
absolutely. Next. Once again, I'm just repeating some slides I tend to just drive the point home, but looking again at some of the sample items, going through quickly, Charles. Culture and climate, next learning, next essentials, next agency, next relationships. All part of the key items of what we'll be looking for in the classroom. Next, Charles. But taking an extra step, so that this is your Cliff Notes. I don't like the term cheat sheet, but we'll use this for our observers in the classroom. The observable actions, and this will all come clear in the training that they'll receive. When we use a fancy word like essentials, they will know exactly what they're looking for. And also the training process will give them the opportunity to have some hands-on experiences where they'll be able to work through this as well. Next. And also the rating guide, which spells out there some of the factors to look at exactly on the practices that are going on in that classroom. Next, Charles. And without further ado, we'll do a quick segue to Dr. Daniel Boyd.
Thank you, Jeff. So I'd like to talk about Alabama teaching standards. So over the years, the State Board of Education has approved different sets of standards. Back in 2007, the Alabama Quality Teaching Standards were approved by this board. 2009, the board adopted the resolution to replace PEPI with Educate Alabama, which was aligned with this particular document. In 2015, the State Board of Education replaced AQTS, or the Alabama Quality Teaching Standards, with the Alabama Core Teaching Standards for Education Preparation Chapter of the Administrative Code that Dr. Meyer had worked so closely with. And in 2020, most recently, you guys just approved it for use with our existing teacher, which is important for us to make sure that this is aligned with our teacher observation tool. So as you can see here, this onion-looking diagram here has a lot. There's a lot involved with it, and at the very center, at the core of it, is improving teaching and learning. That's what we're all about. That's what we were charged by our stakeholders across this state to do everything we can to improve teaching and learning. Well, the core teaching standards are a very, very important part of that. Again, you guys approved that last year, so it's important that our observation tool is aligned to that, because once it is aligned, then we could have good professional learning, make sure that we're able to remediate deficit areas that our teachers may have. So on the far outside of the diagram, you see all the subsection: learning development, learning difference, learning environment. All those are important part, but they're important part of the teaching core standards and also the teacher observation tool. So to my left here, my colleague is dressed very nicely. I noticed that his tie is red. He has a hint of blue. He has a blue jacket. He has some white in there, white jacket. Just really, really well coordinated.
Yeah,
Well, but in order for this to work in life, it's important for us to have the left hand know what the right hand is doing, as my grandmother would say. So if you look over here, you see the observation tool is closely aligned with the correlation with the administrative code. So Dr. Pelton took it upon herself to do an independent study. She was charged with that task and she worked with others. But you could actually see how strongly tied our standards are to this observation tool, because again, it's so important that every single thing we put out is related to each other. So we appreciate the fact that it is. We appreciate the work that Cognia and everyone on our team has done to make that happen.
And I'm so glad I matched today with the presentation.
So again, here are the different subsections of the observation tool, and you can see again how it closely correlates to administrative code, which you all approve, which has our Alabama Core Teaching Standards in it. So here's our timeline. As Jeff stated before, we started with this project back in September of 2019. You can see that we have progressed tremendously along the way. So again, it started with ESSA requirements and so forth. We had lots of communication with the feds to make sure that we were on the right page and so forth. And then we assembled a task force. As Jeff mentioned, the task force consists of individuals at the State Department level, at the school level, at the district level, and so forth. And they provided a lot of feedback to us on what's needed by us for our teachers. So September of 20 through December 2020, we decided to use Cognia. The reason why Cognia was decided is the people who are actually in the field appreciate the good work that Cognia has done before. They have the Elliott tool. This is well recognized, used many times by our school districts. So it was almost a no-brainer for them to want to go with Cognia. We did a lot of work with Cognia, the modifications, research, and so forth. We field tested the product between January and May of 2021 and June and July of 2021, where we are at this particular point. We're going to do an overview presentation to class next week. The week after that, we'll do an overview to school superintendents of Alabama. We'll also present some information to the Alabama Association of School Boards, and we're also going to present this information to AEA. In August, we'll do the train models. We have 30 individuals from the State Department of Education who will receive this training. This will be a 3-day training, and we're going to go into the process deeply, and I have a slide to cover that. And then those individuals will turn around and train individuals across our state. So in September through November of 2021, the ALSD trainers will provide training to the principals, assistant principals, and central office staff at in-service centers across the state. The reason why we chose to go with the in-service centers, this was one of the recommendations from a member of the task force. There are 11 in-service centers across our state. Instead of doing it in the 4 population clusters, which would include Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile, it's far more efficient for us to do it this way because it saves school districts money on hotels and those types of things. So we're going to actually do it at the in-service centers, saving our state a whole lot of money. In January, we'll begin the transition process using this particular tool for all schools across our state. And in fall of 2022, we'll go ahead and fully implement this particular process. So here's the training of the trainers. Again, it's going to be a 3-day training. We want to make sure that our individuals who will be training individuals have a good understanding of this. So on day 1, we're going to learn the dynamics of the tool and practice observation using videos. On day 2, we'll actually use it in real classrooms, both at the high school and the elementary level. Back in 1899, John Dewey said, "Experience is the mother of all learning," and we learn by doing it. That's the truth. So we want to do it with real people, real students, and real trainers in the classroom. And on day 3, the trainers will discuss observations, questions, and logistics associated with the process. So here is a map of our in-service centers. There are 11 of them across the state, and we've broken it down into different schools based on the in-service center. We came up with a total of 2,756. We're planning for about 3,000 participants, and we have every single thing laid out so that we have plenty enough trainers and plenty enough time to get this done. So an example of this, USA University of South Alabama will have 4 days of training in September the 14th through the 17th. Each day, 6 administrators will be trained, 30 per room. The sessions will be on USA's campus, and we will be able to get them in and have them trained and have them understand this process thoroughly before we roll it out to the schools. So how will this whole process work? Well, speaking of the training prior to that particular point, it's important to note too that initially I had planned on rolling this out this August. But getting feedback from our superintendents and our principals, we realized that with the rollout of the Power School student management system, and the fact there was a lot of concerns about addressing learning loss during the summer, that if we tacked this on, that it would be just too much to handle. So we decided to postpone it to January. Once we did that, we got a lot of feedback that that was a good move, so we realized that
Yes.
it was good to do that. But also it's important that we maintain that we have integrity. In other words, we don't want to make a major shift. We have this awesome program called AIM, and it's the ALSD Identity Management Program. So a principal, a teacher, anyone that's an employee of a State Department of Education or a local school district can log into this system. So when you log into it, it asks for your email address and your password. And then when you do that, it looks just like this here. And then the next slide, this pops up. So this is the AIM portal. There are about 32 different tiles. So each one of those is a tile and deals with certain things. So the capital plan, which deals with Mr. Craig's area, the buildings and so forth. The assessment review portal, which is the very first one on the left-hand side, that's Ms. Maggie Hicks' area. There's 32 of these things here. So in order for us to make sure that we maintain that same particular process, since this has worked extremely well for us, no security issues, everything has been beautiful, we decided to integrate this into this particular platform. It's easy to use, everyone is familiar with it, and it works extremely well. So now we're going to create this tile. It's going to call Teacher Effectiveness, Professional Learning. So when a teacher or superintendent or principal clicks on this slide, this will come up here. So TE, Lead Alabama, this is the process that we use, and this Teacher Effectiveness, Lead Alabama, this is the process we use to evaluate our principals. Really important. And it's important for us to maintain that particular historical information, because in the event a superintendent wants to look at a principal's contract and there are some personnel decisions, it's important that we have this information archived. So we're not going to use all that information. It's going to still be there. The same thing for Teacher Effectiveness, Educate Alabama. We've used this particular program for 14 years. We don't want to throw it away because there's some important archived information there. So we'll still be able to archive that. So in order to move forward, we need to know what we've done in the past. So we're maintaining everything that we've done in the past. Moving forward, it's going to be the ATOP. It's an acronym for the Alabama Teacher Observation Program, the tool that we're going to be using here. So when you click on this, this is the new pathway. This is where we're going at this particular point using the Cognia tool. And we realized there were some concerns in the past with managing the roster. Why that is the case there? Teachers go from one school to another, or one district to another. It's going to be important for us to be able to have a way for our principals, our superintendents, to be able to change that roster and make sure that it's current with that particular school. So we went ahead and add that particular icon there so it'd be easy for our principals and our superintendents to update the roster so it will be maintain accuracy. A lot of thought went into this particular process to make sure that it's user-friendly and it really meets the needs of our students, our teachers, our superintendents, and our principals. So when you click on this, then you'll have view completed observations or create our observation on ATOP. Real easy to use, uses technology, anyone can use it. And then when you click on that, Cognia is the company that's of course developed that. They have trademark secrets and so forth. So because of that, when it opens that, the Cognia name has to come up there. Our individuals will log on into that and it'll go to another slide here. Because we use Cognia for two different things, both of them will come up. So the Elliott observation will come up and also the teacher observation. Again, user-friendly. Instead of having a different spot for Elliott as compared to the teacher observation tool, we've combined it all to make it a simplified process and an easy-use process. So when you click on this other link here, it gives you information about individual teachers and about the individual school system. And then there are information that's in here. Good information. We want to capture additional information about each individual teacher. We want to know which school that teacher attended, how long that teacher's been working, because this information will provide us some insight on a whole new area too, because we work closely with our institutions of higher ed to make sure that they prepare our teachers effectively. So then we could capture this information to share with Dr. Myers, so she can share with those particular institutions if, say for example, one of our colleges aren't hitting the mark in the area of content knowledge for a teacher. Well, this observation tool will capture that information. And then we could share that information with our institutions of higher ed. Again, the whole process improving what we're doing. Again, additional information that'll be captured in that particular regard. And key points to understand with this. Number one, observations will be conducted by the principal and the assistant principals who have been trained using this particular tool. Again, they'll go through a training program that will be at one of the 11 in-service centers. Each observation has to take place with a minimum of 20 minutes. So the principal can stay in the classroom a little bit longer than 20 minutes, but a minimum of 20 minutes. That's only fair to the teacher. Each performance standard associated with the tool will have a qualitative 4-point scale. So in the past, we used like improving, different types of words and so forth there, which really doesn't tell you where you are. But now you're either 1, or 2, or 3, or 4, and you'll have an average for each subsection. And there are 5 subsections or 5 dimensions. So if you're low in section 2, then that principal can help guide you to get professional development in that area so you can become a better teacher, because that's what it's all about. It's not about being punitive. It's about helping teachers to be the best that they can be so they can help our students be successful. And then results using the observation tool will not be used for personnel or employee evaluation. All information will be accessed using the AIM portal, which everyone understands and everyone likes that particular process. So that concludes the presentation. So Ms. Ziegler, you asked a question earlier about this. Is it for PE teachers? Is it for what was the other one?
Well, you know,
Career tech teachers. Is for all of those particular teachers, but it's not for librarians and it's not for principals. So yes, those other, for the librarians and for the principals, will continue to use the teacher effectiveness tool.
And we're rolling this out, but certainly that is on the docket for future exploration once we.
We anticipate that this will be well received and will be extremely successful. And after that particular point, then we'll look to expand it in those other areas.
Dr. Boyd,
Yes, sir.
in this provision, I understand the evaluation process. Is there a mechanism for if they're evaluated for the evaluatee, the teacher, to appeal any assessment score they get?
Absolutely. We've talked about that many times there.
As superintendents, you know, we've all dealt with that.
Absolutely, particularly during the day of PEPI. So let's talk about that. During the years of PEPI, if a board approved it, the PEPI could be used as a summative evaluation. So if a teacher scored below maybe 22 or something like that, then that board could take action on that teacher and release that teacher, even if that teacher is tenured. So you'd have to go through that particular process. And because of that, in many cases, teachers would appeal, say, I don't agree with this score, can you go ahead and do that? So in this particular case, because it's used strictly for formative purposes, not for summative, we don't feel that it may be the case there, but if there is the case there, then yes, the principal has the ability to go ahead and do it again. And we would expect them to do that because you really want to work with your teachers and so forth to do that. So yes.
So if I'm evaluated by you,
Yes.
and you give me a score I disagree with, what's the mechanism for me to challenge your assessment of me?
Well, number one, you wouldn't disagree because I'll give you all fours. If there is a case there, then of
I
course.
wouldn't disagree with you because
Definitely.
your eminent capability of evaluating.
Yes, thank you. So yes, if that is the case, absolutely. If you say that you didn't agree with this, I'll give you another opportunity. I'll observe you again and give another
And
opportunity.
that's, we're codifying that in the evaluation process so that everybody understands that. I know certain, as a teacher and having an administrator, that it's important. You know, principals are not infallible and they're not always perfect in what they assess or what they observe at that given 20-minute sequence.
Yes. Well, we're going to communicate to our administrators that if a teacher decides that they would like another observation, we would strongly expect them to go ahead and do that particular process.
And that's going to be part of our direction. to that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Yes, Ms.
You
Beth?
pretty much answered, and having lived through all of the ones that were mentioned,
Yeah.
and Dr. Chestnut and I nodded at the PEPI and so many things that Dr. Reynolds mentioned as far as appealing, and we would get calls as board members, and of course, it was local issues, so it made it a little bit easier, but you still get the calls.
Absolutely.
And when you clarified it throughout your presentation, that it was strictly, it was not punitive, and
Right.
it was to be helpful to use layman terminology. I think that helps tremendously. Do you see, speaking of Dr. Langham, do you see the performance part of it being a problem in this particular case? I know, hearing from principals, so often the teachers would be ready for the performance at that time. This one doesn't seem to be as oriented toward that particular issue, that problem that we have, because the whole goal is, as you've already stated, both of you have already stated, it's to help, not to punish. And I would hope, and I think that what you've presented reinforces the fact that that will be stated and stressed, emphasized in the beginning before a teacher goes through this process.
Yeah, very good point there. So what we're going to do is we're going to have what's called an orientation. It's a 45-minute video that's going to go over that whole process and discuss some of the things that you have there. But one of the things, the proudest thing I think, one of the things I really love about this is the fact that, unlike the previous two, we have 5 different components of it. So some of the main things like pedagogy, the ability of a teacher to convey information to the student, or the content knowledge, so important. fractions sometimes are an issue for elementary teachers.
Yes, they are.
Pedagogy is sometimes a
Wow.
problem for secondary teachers. But now we have the ability to pinpoint what the problem is. So prior in the past, it's almost as though someone putting a blindfold on me and tell me to walk out to my vehicle. I mean, it's almost impossible. But now, this is like, or perhaps before we suffered from myopia, where we could only see what's directly in front of us. This particular tool allows us to see the full gamut and place it in different categories so that we could provide that prescriptive assistance to that particular teacher, all in an effort to help that teacher become the best that he or she can be. So all that is going to be illustrated in that orientation video, but it's also important to understand too that all the concerns and all the suggestions that we received and so forth by our committee members and others when we presented at SSA, we took all this in and tried our best to come up with a solution for every concern that was mentioned. So embedded it into our AIM portal, having it easily accessible and so forth. Having the ability now to be able to turn it around or have results within 24 hours. That was a big concern. It took us about 6 weeks to work with Cognia, and we actually had to drive to Atlanta to meet with the vice president of the company to convince them that we have to have a 24-hour turnaround so that our teachers can see the result. Because as soon as a teacher is observed, they want to know exactly how well they did.
Yes.
But we were able to work that out, and all for the benefit, again, ultimately of helping our students, which is at the center of all of this.
Well, I would say I'm delighted that I'm certain that AEA had their input in terms of their constituency, because there's always the issue that's going to come up when the government shows up. I'm here to help you, and I'm from the government, and that's what I look at it. And I felt that as a superintendent and leader in the community, that passed down rules are not always accepted unless there's a sense that there is an equity in the appeal process, and I'm glad you included that.
Absolutely, but also it's important too, we have a tool that could really pinpoint where problems exist.
Thank you, sir.
2 observations. I
Yes.
appreciate the assigned values, 4, 3, 2, 1. Often you'd have a 0, so a person wouldn't get credit for anything.
That's correct. Plus, we have a forced response. So 3 and 4 are positive, 2 and 1. A lot of times during evaluations, people want to pick a 3 because it's in the middle,
Right.
which is one of the reasons why we use a 4-point scale. Good observation. That's right.
Secondly, I appreciate you using the Alabama Core Teaching Standards
Absolutely.
as to how they would tie into the individual school and the teacher,
Right.
but also the teacher education program, who goes through accreditation nationally and the state.
Exactly.
So it's a comprehensive approach.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Great job, thank you, gentlemen. Any other questions, comments?
Excellent job. I'm just
Excellent.
very
I am too.
Yeah, excellent.
Thank
You don't
you.
want to forget the work to be behind.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yes,
so
yes,
much.
yes.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you very
Felton.
much.
Does that mean we don't let him retire?
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know who's doing the next, but I think we can do Literacy Act updates before we break for lunch.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so our next team up is Dr. Strickland and Dr. Davis. I have 2 seats for you here, and I'll sit right over here next to you ladies.
He's stepping back.
Go.
Already.
He's abandoning us already.
We had, oh no, he's gonna pull up to the table. Junior chair.
And we'll be quick,
The most
since we're
difficult
standing
thing-
between lunch.
Yeah.
You know how that goes.
Turn it over to the most difficult thing in the last part was actually getting permission from the state for Dr. Boyd and Dr. Langham to go to Atlanta during a time that we had a ban on out-of-state travel due to COVID. Now that was a lot of paperwork. We did it.
So I'd like to introduce these 2 ladies. They are truly, truly awesome. They work hard all the time. I think Elizabeth has spent the night here a few times. And Tracy Stritchett, truly dedicated and awesome ladies. Dr. Davis, of course, our assistant superintendent, and Dr. Stritchett works as our director of ARI. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to you ladies.
Well, we just wanted to give you a few updates from the Literacy Act. We've been full force moving ahead, implementing the Literacy Act. And good news is we don't have a wait list for letters, and it's because we've been able to use federal funds and opening up Cohort 5 now. So when I spoke with the vendor, we accounted for all of the teachers in Alabama and more turnover, so we should not have a wait list in many years, so that's very good news. The vendor has sent to all superintendents a box with those teachers that made an 80% or above, and many of our superintendents are doing recognitions at board meetings with certificates and pins, and so that's very exciting. We also have that mastery list on our website. I think it went up yesterday, or it's been on the ARI website, but we really wanted to highlight it on the ALSDE announcement page, and so it's there. And we're also working to get that on the educator profile section of the portal. So Letters has been very successful. I know that PARCA's doing a study, and one of their initial things that they noticed in their study as they're going around looking at schools is that Letters is making such a positive influence on what's going on in the schools. And I don't know about you, but I never hear anyone say they don't like Letters. Everyone seems to like it. Did you have anything to add to that? No? Okay. Yes. Our literacy task force probably meets, we have 2 subcommittees meeting this summer. We're probably meeting twice a week. The core reading programs are in our office now, and our literacy task force has been here 2 days, and they will return Monday and have, hopefully that will result in recommendations on quality core reading programs. Another committee that's looking at portfolio guidance that we hope to have out by the end of this summer. They have completed the minimum essential standards for the current standards and for the 2021 upcoming standards. So that'll be ready to go and will inform their work as they begin looking at guidance that we'll provide to LEAs in regards to the portfolio.
And with that, just I guess as recent as, what's today, Thursday? I guess Tuesday, in our review and feedback to districts on their ESSER II applications, one of the LEAs submitted one for a core reading program, and so with the process that we have that involves school improvement and federal programs, and they quickly kicked the question to me because of the core reading and using the funding for it, and I said, we're not going to hold up the application for just that. What we can do is for grades 4 through and beyond, as long as it aligns to our rubric, they can purchase, and then we can put TBD and put an estimated amount for K through 3 because the task force is finishing that work right now, and so we didn't say yes, you can spend those funds on something for K through 3 yet, but also knowing that if that was the only thing that would hold it up, we estimate an amount, do an amendment, and so. Of course, I checked with Dr. Killingsworth. I said, please correct me if this is wrong, with any of the federal rules. And she was like, no, this is absolutely correct. So, and they were great with that, but understanding that we're not going to allow that, even though, we understand there's flexibility, but they're working, I think, next Monday again to try to finish that. They were able to come in person. So Dr. Mackey and I both were able to visit them, and all those boxes that those elementary teachers is way too much for me. So, but just to say that check and balance is there just because of the teamwork, I think, through our multiple sections in the State Department. So.
And the Literacy Task Force should be commended because they are coming at the end of school and when it's a very difficult time for many of them, and are extremely thorough. And so we certainly appreciate their work that they're doing. The summer professional development, the new ELA course of study, we're providing professional development through our regional in-service centers, and that's looking at just a general introduction, a conceptual framework. We've also kind of taken the ARI modules and revamped them, looked at that conceptual framework and aligned it with the course of study, and kind of taken that into the regional in-service centers, aligning that science of reading, ensuring that it's aligned with the course of study. In February and March, we started our dyslexia awareness training, and that has been happening in our regional in-service centers. And also, we'll have that at Mega this year. Some of our Dyslexia Advisory Council members, like Sonia Yates, she will be providing a session at Mega Conference. Our regional leadership, which has been a fabulous addition to the ARI team this year, have been working with many of our institutes of higher ed and providing 1 to 2 hour sessions on the Literacy Act for pre-service teachers. Just a general, what do you expect and what will you see once you get a job in Alabama schools? We've also, introduction to science of reading, I think we do that every day. So that's one of the things that we're doing in our regional in-service centers through our ARI modules and ensuring that they're aligned with the course of study.
This is a question I get quite a bit about the science of reading, and there's a lot of uncertainty, maybe, I'm not sure that's the right word, where they're confused with the understanding that the science of reading is what's going to move our kids forward. There's no doubt about it, it's fabulous, and the gold standard is letters. So, has the NIHouse and the ARI modules, are they also been check marked and not, to be determined that they are meeting all of the science of reading requirements?
We consider the ARI modules as an introduction. Certainly nowhere near what letters would provide.
So the ARI modules are an intro, sort of like a overview.
Correct.
So that when they go
Correct.
into the letters, that gives them a clarifying understanding.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Now, what
so,
about
for instance, phonics is a section of the science of reading. It's also a subsection in our course of study. And so we do a section on phonics, particularly looking at the course of study and what's in the course of study in regards to phonics. Nowhere in depth like letters does, but it's an overview.
Correct. Okay. Then what about
NIHouse is, you want to talk about NIHouse?
Yeah, NIHouse looks at, of course, it has the science of reading components in it as well, and is tied more to those components and resources to use in the classroom. So it takes a different approach with providing the how more. So it's a different component, but does include those science of reading components. So when you look at, is there one thing that we as a state are requiring? I don't think we want a monopoly on one particular, while we are providing every teacher with the opportunity and have said over and over that there's the letters is the gold standard, and we're very, very thankful that we are able to offer every teacher. There are still many states that they haven't had the money yet. So,
And I've gone through letters, but I've not gone through NIHouse. And so I asked someone who went through both, and they said letters is the what, and NIHouse is the how. And I said, well, which one would you recommend? And she said it's difficult because if we have a student coming out of an institute of higher ed that doesn't know the science of reading, then that student probably needs to go through letters. But if we have a student that came from an institute of higher ed, which, aligning our curriculum with them now in 3 years, we should. She said they're going to be grounded in the science of reading. They're going to have done things like letters, and some actually doing letters. And she said, so once they've learned that, then they might be ready for the NIHouse, where it provides the curriculum and the resources to implement that. So that made sense to me. So it depends on where we are in our timeline of implementation as to which one would be best for each individual person. Looking ahead, we have multiple professional development sessions, and we're working strongly, and we have a draft. I don't know if we wanted to share, Dr. Davis.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, aligning, we get this question a lot, and I'm sure you do, EL with the implementation of the Literacy Act. And so our guidance, and we want to ensure that we got feedback from everyone. So we worked with the Region 7 Comprehensive Center, and I think we kind of worked with Michigan. Michigan has had success with theirs as well, and multiple people within the department. But it looks at the Literacy Act and says, what can we do in regards of promotion, third grade promotion and retention, the student reading improvement plans, parent engagement, assessment, and summer reading camps. And it looks through the eyes of the EL. So did you want to do anything?
And I think, more, as she said, various folks, Jessica Sanders has looked through it, and Dr. Mackey has looked through it. And what we're also trying to do is make sure that they, in a succinct way, can see the state, but also see the federal guidance because of what the research says about language barriers. It takes, 5 to 7 years. And so from that Dear Colleague letter, it's very critical that they know that language barrier cannot be what retains a child, period. And so I think that we start with what what our state law says. Use the good cause exemption, use your portfolio, those types of things, but also look at the next step, which is our federal guidance, and we'll start, once we finalize this, which it's about 98% finalized, we will get Anna to make it
look good.
beautiful, and then we will start, our goal is to share it with superintendents at SSA in 2 weeks, and then start training on it. So it will just, it's another tool that they can use, and I also want to make sure that that you all know that what we have realized from superintendents to administrators to teachers is that there's no way when we provide updates on the Literacy Act, just like for you all, we can't start from the beginning of just the nuts and bolts of the Literacy Act 101 because there's so much that's going on. And so we've really worked to develop a training, we're doing a pre-conference at the Elementary School Association conference that's in November, and then at Mega, and it's geared towards administrators, new, old, veteran, I don't know what, if I'm secondary and I became an elementary principal, but it will be the nuts and bolts, the 101, and I've talked to Ryan Hollingsworth at SSA, the same thing. I mean, we had 26 new superintendents, and so we will create it, we have created it, we're almost finished with it, but we plan to really keep that offered as much as possible, because we know that it is such a dense law. And we want to make sure they know the nuts and bolts of it. So.
Not to interrupt, but I noticed that in your draft, it says end of third grade promotion, and we knew that was a political football this year, that the legislature took one position and the governor vetoed that position. So I assume we're telling our people to assume that the law is going to be followed unless something intervenes. And, I've had some of my superintendents question, like, what's really going to happen, or is the legislature going to come back and override the governor? My position is, as an elected representative, this is the law and we're following the law. And I assume that by you putting that statement in, that's exactly what we're doing. Don't
Yes,
expect an exemption.
Well,
Is that correct?
Well, absolutely. And even when that law was out there, the biggest focus we had already talked about and we're planning on is how we would communicate the fact that if that were to pass, the only thing that would have been that, and because we don't want to lose any momentum with what's going on in our state.
There's not going to be an exemption. This is the law.
Correct. Yes, sir. Well, and if we're looking ahead, many summer camps are beginning now. I mean,
Yes,
you see those in the community. So we brought this for you. We brought props here.
Yes.
Each student in our full support schools will get this, and it'll be full of books that they can take home. So that's very exciting. We were happy to partner with Alabama Family Central to provide those to the LEAs.
And these are reading books that they can.
Yes,
read?
yes, yes, books that they can take home. That's right, they can keep at their house. Yes. And some schools are setting up little libraries where the students can go in and pick out 10 books to take home.
Fourth graders doing it, is it going to be a fourth grade reading book? Or
Correct. If they're kindergartners, it's a kindergarten book. First grade, it's first grade book.
In a library at home, multi-level.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I gave Miss Nora one for Dr. McCarty, so, yes.
And this just is connected with what was just mentioned about the Literacy Act and the third grade requirement. I think most of us sitting here would prefer that children learn to read at grade level by the end of the first grade, and I assume that is pretty much the goal, regardless of any action or whatever happens in the legislature at this point. How do you foresee a huge number of students being held back at the end of the school year, pandemic or no pandemic? I would hope that we had already started on that course to ensure that they are doing well before the end of the third grade.
I think that's the goal, definitely, yeah. And with the interim assessments that we're now doing, so prior to this year, we only knew by the time they got to third grade, but now we're doing those, taking the temperature at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and the end of the year, starting in kindergarten. And so those interventions are beginning early, and
I
so.
never understood why anyone would wait that long to find out. It just does not make any sense for many reasons.
Some
You
had their
already
own
know that.
assessments and we're doing it, but now we've got a statewide effort and our coaches are in there. The minute we pull our data from the beginning of the year, middle of the year, the end of the year, our coaches are in the schools going over that data with the systems and developing professional development goals, and we're doing it at the state level too. So the goal is to have no retention, you know,
And
we
how
start
long-
early.
How long have we had those supports in place? Just 1 year?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
That was my only
Yes,
concern
ma'am.
with that requirement, because in Mississippi and other places where they've done this, they had that support system in place before they had that, you know, intended
Retention part.
consequence. Because
Yeah.
that was what, you know, the intention was to hold back some students, and that would be the obvious consequence. That would be something that sadly would obviously happen. Do you see that we've had that in place long enough? And of course, pandemic issues complicate that somewhat. But do you think that with this next year, we're going to be okay by the end of the school year?
Yeah,
We don't
well,
know.
I will say the one component that we have had in place is the actual, you know, the reading coach, the local reading coach, even though we did not have the regionals. And we're seeing a huge support shift with both the regional coaches and the regional principal coaches. But I think that it's very hard to tell from what I'm learning with more statistics. Dr. Boyd would have been proud of me yesterday, I think, with the Technical Advisory Committee, but you know, the validity and reliability and all the data that's needed to really know that. And I gave several real life examples of what even, because they asked us, Wanda Broad asked, he said, can we look at the qualitative data? Like, let's look at how many were remote or how many were in person. I said, but what we can't capture beyond that is how many days my child sat in the gym, because, I mean, she was fully in person, but her teacher was quarantined, or the child, the teacher's child, I said, so we have all of those other variables that it is just an anomaly this year. But I think I'm very thankful that as a state, we were so far ahead of doing something, and the vendors shifting to do remote, at least with our 6 assessments, so that even if it was at home and we don't know, but we at least have, 1, 2, and up to 3, where most of them by the 3rd one, they were back in the building and we have something, so it's not an easy answer at all.
And I think a good thing is that in kindergarten now, when you're giving the assessments, you know those students that are falling into tier 3. And so coaches are coming in and helping LEAs develop tutoring programs, ensuring that they're in summer camp. So we're getting them early, and that's important.
I think it's also,
I passed on that parent. That's just one parent but there are other parents with similar concerns. I don't think that my district is the only district with that particular problem, where a parent wanted to hold back, retain the child, and the system insisted that the child move on. And obviously, I know the answer, but you shared the answer perfectly, and I forwarded that to the parent, and I know the parent and the family appreciated that. Are we going to address that type of problem with local systems where they have a local policy that creates that? I told the parent that I felt like after the governor vetoed what the legislature had passed, they probably will rethink that policy. The locals will, for that particular, not only for her child, but for others. Is that something that you see happening?
Can I look to my bosses for that? I can do standards very well, but
yeah, a lot of the things that, it's a local decision, those particular things, yeah. So each district, there's local or indigenous factors that exist at the local level. And because of that, the local board and the superintendent look at the information, the data, and make decisions associated with that. But in the event a situation like that happens, keep in mind that our schools are implementing summer school to a level they've never implemented before. So when an issue like that happens, they're having summer schools, plus they're implementing an extended day program. The federal government has provided a whole lot of money in terms of ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 to make that happen. So even though that parent may have some concerns there are going to be safety nets, if you would, for that student to walk from one from this point to this point, that safety net's gonna catch them and put them back on that line to make sure they get to their particular destination. Also, I think it's important to understand too, that we now have tools that we've never had before. You're a Jeep person. I'm a Ford person. Each person has their own vehicles and they think it's the best there. Well, we allow districts to choose 6 different assessment companies, the one that they felt comfortable with. So we have iStation, iReady, NWA. There are lots of different programs that are out there for them to choose. The one that they felt comfortable with, 6 of them. So by them having the tool that they're comfortable with, they can use that information at kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade to make formative decisions on how to help the student, but not just help the student, help the teacher. In addition to that, in the past, our summative assessment was only from grades 3 through grades 8. We went ahead and extended that to grade 2. So now we have more data than we ever had before. We have the tools to work on the Jeep or the Ford or the Chevrolet in ways that we've never dreamed of. So yes, there's a lot that's asked of our students, but we're not putting them out there without the right tools to fix the situation. So I feel confident with the additional funding provided by the federal government for extended learning opportunities through summer school and extended day and tutoring, and the fact that we have assessments, formative assessments and summative assessments that we didn't have before to help individuals become better teachers and to help our students become better, more proficient.
Wonderful. And my biggest concern, and this was the concern of the parent, and it's repeated over and over, is that the child be retained earlier rather than later. And 3rd grade to me is pretty late. I would think in this child, they wanted to retain the child in kindergarten, which makes a whole lot more sense. And we all probably know friends and others who have retained children, and they've been quite successful as a result. But that's where we just need, I guess there's a way with all of the things that you've mentioned to ensure that we retain them earlier rather than later, and we don't have these big, bulky, huge classes of children in the 3rd grade where we're retaining them, and you have the children who just moved up and the children who were retained, and you have this large area, and that to me, I see that as a potential nightmare unless we're ready and we start reinforcing that earlier retention versus later.
Well, because of the law, we'll put there are things in place that will have
Right.
open communication between the school and the parents. I mean, a lot of problems exist when the parents believe this and the school system believes this situation.
Mm-hmm.
This open line of communication will avoid those particular problems so they can make a decision together on what's best for children.
Are we giving the teachers any tools to understand that when the kidlets come back, either in August or for summer camps, that they understand that the kids have been through a lot? And are we giving them the tools to address things that no teacher has ever had to deal with in the past for mental health, stability?
Absolutely.
I mean, our kids have been scared, now they're coming back, we've lost their trust. So these are a whole different ball of wax, and just because we put them in summer camp doesn't mean we can't address the issues that have been going on for the last 14 months.
Absolutely. This gentleman right here, Tara Roll, is working with Dr. Marilyn Lewis, and they have professional development, lots of programs in place to provide assistance to teachers to make sure that they're able to connect that. And we have to realize that we're not just educating above the shoulders, we're educating the whole child.
Sure.
That being said, that again, we're dealing with unprecedented times and so forth. There are a lot of things that impact our student, and his department, the Office of Student Services, are helping to address those particular concerns.
So is there professional development before the teachers get the kids back, and how is it being rolled out? Because I think that's one of the critical mass, because, the health of a child, how can you learn if your health mentally, physically, all whatever, the whole body, as you said, if it's been impacted? How are they going to learn their ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, and how to get along?
So great question. So last year we had 101 mental health service coordinators in our school districts. We've expanded that this year. Those opportunities are still in place. There was more support from the legislature that said we can continue to grow this. We're doing mental health first aid through all of those into our schools. So there are opportunities for those people to take back to their school districts, opportunities to recognize what's going on with students. There are apps, there are other technologically related things that they're doing that allow them to screen and identify what's going on with students. They're doing lessons for and supporting so that people can take that back with them and then implement that in the classroom. So there are lots of things in place, kind of a cornucopia or a buffet of opportunities that they can pick from based on what's best in their environment in their
Well,
school district.
and, you know, the statistics have shown about the true increase in suicides in our middle school and high schoolers. So we want to be very aware that they might not look broken, but they are broken, and what are the signs? And it's a very delicate thing, but critical that our teacher, just because they're back in school doesn't mean we're off and running, so we just really need to keep a handle on that.
So
And
we've been updating our suicide protocol. There's some new things that have come through recently with that. So trainings and opportunities will come out. We have lots of opportunities at Mega. We'll be able to expand those things and create.
it'll be through the whole year. We're just not gonna do it one time. It's like one of those that they can continually go and seek services.
And so what I'd like to make sure that everybody's aware of, at any time, any school district, any superintendent can request technical support from us at any time. We're available to meet the needs of any superintendent whenever they call us, as simple as that. Obviously, there's a document that you have to submit, but we are ready to support any group at any time. If we see an area that has a propensity of increased activity for whatever the reason may be, then we kind of convene. You guys have seen some of this, where we convene sort of a task force and triage whatever area needs additional support.
And so the word is getting out. Communication, communication, communication. So,
And we can have our regionals share it also when they're in
and
LEAs
you
in
said
schools.
mega, did you not?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Say-
I'm
say it
sorry.
again.
Oh,
I think,
trainings are already scheduled.
say it a little louder, I didn't hear.
Regional in-service centers, we push things out through them, and they're scheduled right now.
I think we're doing everything we can do. I work in a little shop called the Chocolate Dog on Fridays, and I've been bombarded with parents who are very worried about whether their children will be retained. So the public is very concerned about that. They don't want to see that bottlenecking there, and somebody might confirm this, but I've been told by them that they've looked at the statistics in Mississippi, and that Mississippi has a very high retention rate. Is that true?
It's true, yes. And they even had their supports in place beforehand, and it was a pretty good beforehand as far as the
So I
amount
hope
of
that
time.
doesn't happen to us, but realistically,
The potential
We may
for a
have some
problem,
issues.
major problem, is certainly there, and no matter what we do.
yes.
And no matter what is done at the local level or in the classroom, it's going to be.
I had an elementary teacher come by last week in tears, and she said, I'm going to do everything I can, everything I possibly can. I'm taking every course I can, every in-service. I'm doing everything I can, but I can't promise you that every one of my children will be on grade level.
Let me just ask, I know we have supports in place,
Yes.
but at this point, we're also, in getting data in from the various formative assessments, we're also in the process of setting the benchmark for retention, correct? That has not yet been determined.
That has not yet been done, yes. But that'll be done this summer.
You mentioned earlier about the data coming in, and I'm thinking about the third graders that will be impacted by this law. They are the same kids that were abruptly removed from first grade. They've been in and out second grade. You know, as you look at the data, have you identified certain systems or schools where you see a possibility of high retention? And if you have you set up a plan of support for those school systems? Because you have a lot of teachers that feel like they are being put in a position to fail as educators, but also to fail the students. You know,
Well, let's do it from different levels. So I'm gonna let these ladies talk about their program, but I wanna share with you that we're attacking this. This is a complicated problem. In order to fix it, you have to attack it from a multiple prong type of situation. So our Office of School Improvement, which consists of 10 individuals, 10 dynamic individuals, work particularly with low-performing schools, failing schools, CSI schools, but we also work with those schools that have a greater likelihood that you're going to have high failure rates. So we're working at the elementary level for those particular schools from an OSI point of view. So that's what we're doing in just one section. So I'm going to turn it over to these ladies here and let them.
And I'll just say briefly and then let Dr. Davis speak. But the Literacy Act does call for more support for those schools that are full support, the bottom 5%. And so those schools have a coach that visits them at least sometimes once a week. And their summer programs are fully funded, whereas in your limited support schools, you're just funding those students that are not proficient. So things are put into place. We also are highly encouraging our full support schools to have their teachers in letters. Most of them have intervention teachers in those full support schools. So there are, and I'm going to send that to Dr. Davis because she was here when it originally was written in.
And I think too, there are two big things that I've seen just being out in the schools. It's been great to be out in the districts. And so we have 60 educators in the Renaissance this week writing really model curriculum guides for our standards. And so it's been great to see them. They've been so excited just to be back in normal. But with a particular situation, we've been very specific to not add more paperwork, but to do things that would hold some accountability to the law of it being implemented. And so with some questions about, well, we don't know much about it because we're what I call level 2, so they get somebody at least once a month, a regional person. But in looking at those meetings that our regional folks are having, we follow a very structured, research-based process to look at all the components in the journey of success. But in that, looks at their data every time from these assessments plus others. And it was amazing to see just that one particular school, elementary school, and what the data said every time and what changes happen from the beginning. Because with them only having to be visited once a quarter, they were visited more by our regional folks. But
and once a quarter is for those that are not full support.
Right.
Full support is
Yes.
more often.
And so it was looking at the reds, yellows, and greens and from the data, but also looking at the additional training for them. I think it was phonics first, but with the first grade teacher, second grade teacher, there's planning to support those different grade levels of teachers based on their need and based on what they have, based on that data. And that's part of those forms. I mean, I said, I need to see these because I'm a little concerned our folks aren't doing what they're supposed to do. And I know it's been a crazy year, but the first two were even done virtually with their principal, 2 assistant principals. And so that has made the biggest difference in so that we're not creating up here everything for the full support, limited 1, limited 2, but it's really being individualized. Now, is it perfect? No, but that's where and our folks, one of our regional literacy coaches, principal coaches, is actually here, and she said, you would not believe the change and the growth we've seen from the beginning to the end. She works in Franklin County, but just the different things that she's seen with the administrators and in the classroom. So I feel like we do have that support, and it's going to look different, but those documents with those planning meetings. And if I'm a full support school, I'm not having those formal meetings once a week. But if our limited 2, which are only required once a quarter, if they're pretty much, I was seeing every other month, sometimes every month, just from this year. That's pretty powerful work that these regional folks are doing.
Ma'am, I'd like to make a comment because I've had some questions. And as a superintendent, we're very conscious of the law. And we're dealing with the law, not what we think is best educationally. But I do call attention to the handout you gave under good cause exemptions. There were 4 items, and item 4 is one that I've advised my superintendents to be careful of and implement. Which says students have received instruction, etc. And what the legislature didn't know and didn't anticipate is what's happened to us in the last year. And if you look at that item 4, exemptions available, that's exactly what we need to do, because we're not doing this from the state level, state board. We're doing this in response to a legislative act, and sometimes they know what they're doing, but they did provide some good cause exemptions. And we can interpret that any way you want to, and I hope that you ladies look at that as I do, legalistically, Jason and others, to say, interpret these exemptions to the best interest of the student. And that's what avoids what you're saying. If you look at that exemption and you apply it and let somebody else challenge that, because that's the LEA's opportunity to implement those exceptions.
And
You understand what I'm saying? I'm sometimes.
I do, because yes, and I'll say too, we've said from the get-go, even prior to this, if you have a process and a plan, and there's a purpose, and you work that, and you're working to help those students with through whatever plan you're using, and you're using that process, inevitably, most of the times, you're
And
gonna
I'm telling my
succeed.
people, take this section, that section 4, and make your plan around exemptions, because if you want to avoid inappropriate retentions that can be ameliorated after the 4th grade, then do that. It's not meant to punish anybody, but it's written by the legislature, and it's in. That's why I asked about the law, because I tell my people, read the law. Don't read what you think. Don't read the law and do exactly what it says, and that's a huge opportunity in that exemptions number 4.
Okay, thank you, ladies, we appreciate it, we know where to find you if any more questions. Board members, I'm sorry, was there anybody else who had a question for them before they run away?
No, they're not.
Do you want
I don't have a question, but just a last comment. We had 2 presentations so far, one dealing with the teacher observation tool, the other one dealing with the Literacy Act, and I think I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge someone who has played a key role on both of those. And that person is Mr. Mark Dixon, Executive Director of A+. So he's worked with the task force associated with the literacy task force has worked with them, but also Dr. Langen and your Pelton and I, whenever we were debating on the teacher observation tool and whether we're going in the right direction or not, we decided that we needed to get 4 people who would truly tell us honestly whether that's going in the right direction.
And they do.
And Mark didn't have a problem. Mark did. So he was one of the individuals we used there. But again, we appreciate everything you've done to help us.
Well, I've got quarter till, so let's, so, we will break for lunch for 1 hour.
Yes.
What time do you have?
Quarter till.
46.
Gosh, stiff.
Me too.
convene our work session of the state school board. We have two ghost speakers, is that why you're still on your corner? Because we're doing
Soon to be.
Power School.
It's
Yes,
comfortable.
absolutely. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to call Miss Angela Martin,
Okay.
soon to be Deputy State Superintendent, up front and center to make a presentation on Power School. Fresh copy.
I want to attend when she has her dissertation defense, because anybody can attend. So.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Just as with all of the other presentations that have gone before this particular update, I'm really excited about all of the work and the support that's going on across the department. Just with this initiative, the observation tool, looking at our Literacy Act updates, we're really excited about the great work going on here at the department. So not to prolong time, I'm here just for a few moments to give you some updates as it relates to Power School. As you all know, we are transitioning to a new student information system. We were on schedule to do this on last year, and the pandemic hit. So as a result, we surveyed the superintendents, and the desire was that we pause it for 1 year during that pandemic and stay with our current system, which is the iNow system. So beginning next school year, we will be totally Power School. There will not be iNow in our picture. So moving forward, Charles, I want to start with just by letting everyone know that we have been in constant communication with our stakeholders as it relates to this transition. This actually started on last year. When the pandemic hit, we actually kept informing our constituents that we needed to make certain that our data was clean. Our data was good because once you migrate to a new system, there are no changes that can be made. So as a result, we sent a reminder memo out May 12th and May 13th, and those memorandums really focused on data cleanup as well as end-of-year processing guidelines. It really was a little roadmap letting them know what to pay attention to, what to certify, what to verify, and when that deadline was in order to get that material corrected if you did find errors. And we received a lot of communication as it relates to that. And we're constantly, at least once a week, we're sending emails out to our tech coordinators as well as our data managers, just reminding them of what needs to be done and answering questions and working with our Power School implementation specialists to make certain that we're meeting their needs. So just to let you all know that there's constant communication and support that's going on as it relates to this migration. Critical dates that we are reminding, you're probably going to get calls or hear individuals within your district speak of. The first one you're going to hear is June 18th. We're constantly indicating to our district that June 18th will be the last date to do any type of changes within the current iNow system, as well as to complete the Power School end of year process. There's a checklist that they're doing in order to make certain that everything is good. The data is as clean as possible. This is critical because we are still charged with certain federal reports. And this is the data from this school year that will be used in order to satisfy those reports. We will not have the opportunity to go back into the old system to clean that data up. So that is why it is very important that superintendents, our tech coordinators, as well as our data managers pay close attention to the data that they're looking at. Because beginning June 19th, we're going to start our migration process. And that migration process is when we're going to transfer that data from the iNow system over to our Power School system. And once it lands there, that is when there are no changes to that data. So that's why these windows are really critical for them to work with their right individuals within their districts to get it done. And we've had a lot of calls about, well, what about those individuals that are finishing up, our seniors that are finishing this summer? They had a class they need to get completed. They're going to summer school to satisfy those requirements. We work with Power School and we establish a July 30th date so that we will go in right before the go live and do a migration just of those data files to make certain that we're capturing the grade promotions, graduation, as well as grades of those seniors. And that is really critical. We've had individuals say, why can't we migrate with those 2 days? It's too much data in order to verify and certify. And we know July 30th is a Friday. We will go live with our new iNow system on August 2nd. That's that Monday. So there is no time for my verification during that window. So we have made certain with Power School that there's an implementation specialist that's assigned to every district. And some of those implementation specialists, if it's a smaller district, they're assigned to districts. But they're working very closely with them. And we also have ALSDE support individuals that are working with those districts as well. Supporting our districts with Power School implementation, there's been some concerns that we may have some districts that just may not be ready. So we were trying to be very proactive because we know, just how critical it is to make certain that that data is good. So what we did is we sent surveys out to all of our district coordinators as well as our data managers, and it had 15 readiness questions on there. And with those readiness questions, we wanted to know, had you completed your training? What type of turnaround training are you doing to your districts? How are you with scheduling? So we had all of that information. What type of suggestions would you have to us for providing better support? We were very transparent with those questions. And all of the questions that were on that survey, they were relative to the rollout. Because right now, our primary focus is to make certain that we're going to have a successful SIS go live on August 2nd. On Tuesday, there were approximately 10 districts that had not responded to the survey. And it's just with great joy, right before we started board meeting this morning, we had our last district that replied to the survey. And with that particular information, it was roughly maybe 35 districts would have been considered at risk. And when I say at risk, they had at a minimum of 3 red cells on the survey reports where they had not done what was needed to do the migration. And we're not as concerned because 14 of those just were particular things dealing with special programs, and we put in personal contacts to them to get that satisfied. So we are very much comfortable with our rollout, and those at-risk districts, they have been provided additional support. Power School support specialists are reaching out to each one of them to make certain that those red cells are cleared and there are no concerns as it relates to completing the rollout and the migration.
I think it's really important to note that, as you can see there, this morning her team strategically placed it in certain categories so they know exactly where to help the district.
Exactly.
So we'll provide this prescriptive targeted assistance based on the needs.
Right, and this is a sample spreadsheet to show you exactly what Dr. Boyd is referencing now with the survey responses. If you see that 1, 2, 3, the 4th district down there, and there are 4 different red cells, that would be to us an at-risk district. So that district had to get additional support because we wanted to make certain that we knew, first of all, what is it they need? What are they struggling with? What are they good with? So that we can get the right team members on board to contact them. Some of them were merely with transcripts. And we need to make certain that we had Sean Stevenson's team to come together and reach out to them to get our valid course files together. So whatever those needs were, we were very, very prescriptive with it to get them the support that they need. We know how critical this data is because we know when the United States Department of Education asks us for reports for our districts, and being that there is no time to go back in and correct data or recertify data from the old SIS system, we needed to make certain that we're supporting them throughout this process. And we will continue through the migration as well. The support will not end starting June 19th. It will continue. As they're struggling with moving those files over, we will have teams available to assist them.
Does anyone, real quick question, things like this almost never go smoothly. You know, you think it's just going to be a piece of cake and it just, something doesn't quite work. So are they testing migration at all prior to this big?
Yes, migration is actually going on right now.
So it's happening. So it's
Yes.
not like this magic
No.
Friday to
Right.
Monday or Tuesday.
No, exactly. We actually started the process was trying to migrate the history, the 5-year data over. So it's being tested throughout the process. And when there were errors, we would get back with them and come up with different mechanisms in order to retrieve that data. So it's been going on through the process. So it's not
as I've heard school districts say, I'm having trouble with Power School, just getting everything kind of loaded, and that's what they're talking about.
Yes.
It's just, it's takes time and it's a lot of work.
A lot of work.
But once we are all there, then we've got it all in one, we've got all of our student data in one program.
Exactly. And when you say it takes a lot of work, there is a lot of pre-work on the end as far as scheduling. They're actually scheduling in the Power School system, so they're not scheduling in the iNow system. So there's a lot of pre-work and time that goes into setting up a new system. And when you get to the scheduling, that was nothing that they could do in the old system. It had to be done in this new system, and they could not have done that part last year because we're scheduling for upcoming school year. So there is a lot of pre-work and a lot of training. There is a lot of training going on for the different programs. And we're also, there are different programs connected to Power School. Right now, we're speaking of the SIS system. And we remember we have the Performance Matters, the analytics that will roll out this fall. That's an add-on to the Power School. So that training will start going on as well. So we have a lot of different pieces to this puzzle. And we've added on a lot of material. We've also added additional assessments to support the Literacy Act. So we are also working, the same team is working to build those platforms and to test them to make certain that they are correct. We do have pilots that have been actually testing the system in the live environment as well. Yes.
And I'm sorry if I'm asking a question
No.
that you've repeated 4 or 5 times in the past year.
It's
just
okay.
a lot to take in.
It's okay.
It's a big system.
It's definitely okay, and we do understand that even though we've been stating this and getting them, preparing them for this migration, it's here now. So the larger questions are rolling to the top because it's different when you're hearing that it's coming, and I'm speaking of the LEAs, when we're hearing that it's going to come. And from, say, November of last year, they were going through their scheduling training, the first phase of Schedule Builder 1. They're going through that training. It's still not a reality until they start doing that work in it. And that's when some of the larger questions come up. And that's why that support team is so critical. Because honestly, if you went through a training October or November of last year, some of the small steps, you may have forgotten them when it's time to actually do that work. So we've also, which is leading up, that's great, it's leading up to this slide here, the upcoming professional development, the support, and the office hours that we have been providing. We've developed an FAQ document from the webinar that we produce for the tech coordinators and the data managers. And this is those frequently asked questions. What are we hearing every day from our tech coordinators? What are we hearing from our data managers? What type of troubles are they having? So we're trying to address those with an FAQ document, and it is a working document that as those questions come on, we're going to keep loading those questions into it. We also have 7 sessions that are scheduled at our upcoming AETC conference, and that's really powerful for them, with 13 sessions that will be scheduled at our mega conference. And we're working right now with Power School in order to establish a help desk. So as people are at the mega conference and you realize we're the second week in July and I have this problem, what can I do to get some assistance? You can just walk up to that desk and we can work to get it done, get an implementation specialist on the phone to say, what are you struggling with? So we know that they're going to need that side-by-side assistance throughout this process. And we have office hours. We've been having them all along, but I wanted to stress what type of sessions that we've had this month and what we're scheduling moving forward. So if you notice, we still have today, we have data validation. We're talking about data cleanup, how to clean that data up. What do you need to do? What type of problems are you experiencing? Those LEAs are actually able to log on to that Zoom meeting and talk to a live person and say what type of struggles they're having with validating their data. And on the 15th, we will have a graduation planner. And if what you see on your actual slide, you will see from June 1st through June 9th, what type of sessions we've already offered for this month. So this is not a one-time professional development. We're gonna do this all through the process until we're able to have that success. And I'm claiming it, Mrs. West. We're going to have a successful go live. So I'm claiming it because I know that the team, we've worked very hard. The team has been great as far as collecting and responding to the needs. We've increased our capacity here to make certain that support was actually where it needed to be. And the communication, every week we have a weekly Power School leadership call just to talk about what's good and what's not good. What do we need to change? What approaches we need to do different? What districts are not responding to you? So we can just pick up that telephone and call because we know that they're trying to close out the school year and there's a lot that's going on. And this is just an added layer to them. So we're picking up the phone and just calling, saying, hello, Angela, I know you got a lot going on, but there was a deadline you missed. What can we do to help you meet that deadline? It's not punitive. We just want to make certain we remind them that this is critical, this is your data, and there will not be an opportunity for them to go back because they are really used to having later verification and validation periods, and we don't have that opportunity this year. So it's a struggle, but we're going to have a successful go live. This slide shows you the prior and ongoing professional development support, and what I really wanted to highlight on this is that we've been getting a lot of questions and calls as it relates to the elementary scheduling, and we've added a piece to that. So let's look at June 14th. We're doing a different view of this scheduling for them to go back and capture that information. We're actually taking individuals back through Schoology for master instructors. And then we have the analytics that I talked about that will roll out this fall. And that's critical with the Literacy Act because that's where they'll be able to go in there and look at that data and see real time what the kids are doing, how they perform, and what type of changes we need to make to our instruction based on what the data is saying. So that is critical that we get people on board with using the analytics that's built into Power School. And that's the key. All of this is in Power School. So you're not having to go to extra areas in order to see the data on Angela. You actually have it right in front of you and it's just a click away. Supplemental Schoology training. This is some training that we put together to support LEAs as they're moving forward with Schoology. And Schoology is our state level LMS. We purchased that. We purchased it for every district in Alabama. Now, what we do remind each person is that it's available. We're not mandating that you use it. We do have some districts, based on our survey results, that they've chosen not to use Schoology. And we had that this past year during the pandemic. We had individuals that decided they did not want to use Schoology. They want to use other LMSs. But guess what? About 2 months into it, many of those districts decided to transition to Schoology. So as a result, we want to make certain that we are providing additional courses to support Schoology because we're expecting to see the same thing moving forward. And that will be July 15th to the 30th. And we're also going to repeat those courses at our mega conference. And this is really, you're going to get a lot of calls probably about Schoology. I don't want to use Schoology. They don't have to use Schoology. This is a choice, but it's free and we're providing all of the support. And what we're also telling the districts that this automatically feeds into their SIS system. When you're using a different LMS, you're going to be charged with that migration of that data into the SIS platform between your third-party vendor. So we're making certain that they are aware of that throughout the process. So a lot of times that's another win that they end up changing once they start realizing that building that API, working to feed that data into the system is not as simple as it might sound. So we're providing the extra courses to make certain that they're all ready for that. Charles. And this is the part, if you get calls on it, I just wanted to make certain that you all were aware that they're verifying federal data. Those federal portals actually open at the beginning of May, around May 11th, and it actually closes on tomorrow. And when I say it closes on tomorrow, they're verifying the demographics and the other information surrounding the students. For instance, your EL students, your homeless students, your inter-D students, they're actually going in, verifying that data and certifying that these are actually students that were served in this particular population of students. And that was a lot earlier because in the past, if I'm not mistaken, they did it from August until October because that's when we were required to do our CSPR reporting. But again, this is an unusual year We're switching to a new SIS system, and if they don't certify it now, there will not be an opportunity to certify the data in the iNow system. So they're able to actually make those changes. And even though it's closing tomorrow, we have a team of program specialists that are going in and reviewing and certifying on a state level. So as they are looking at things and they see problems between now and June 18th, it's a broken record to me with June 18th, but as they're seeing those challenges or some disparities, I would say, in the data between now and then, they're able to personally contact those districts and say, this doesn't look right. Last year, this is what your data resembled, but there's a big decrease or increase in students. You may want to go in and take another look. Is this really true and accurate from what you captured before? Because when we do our CSPR reporting, when we have disparities of about 10%, they write us to let us know that something may be wrong with your data, and we will not be able to make those changes in the iNow system. So this is really critical during this time. This is new. Well, I'm not going to say the data code and the manual are really new, but the process that we're going through is really new. They used to have to go through different books in different areas in order to get their data codes and their data manuals to support using their SIS, but now we've made some changes. We're actually going to have those documents actually live in the PowerSchool platform. So the only thing they would have to do is go in and click the help button, and they will be able to get the actual data code manuals and the guidance to support what they have without going to an extra environment. So our goal with using PowerSchool is to have a comprehensive student information system that everything is right there that they need. So you don't have to get up and go to that shelf, pull out that manual or close that document down and go to another area. Everything is built in, and that is the way we want to utilize PowerSchool moving forward. And I told you I was going to be very brief, and I think that's it, but I'm here to address any questions that you may have.
Well, I was relieved when you pointed out that there is a data code manual and user's guide that we can refer to every time we get one of those telephone calls.
Or just have them to call us, we're here.
Yeah.
Right, and sometimes it's harder, if they're new,
Yeah.
sometimes it's harder to really interpret data code manuals and user guides, and that's where we come in with the support to make certain that they do have live people that they can talk to and help guide them through that and say, click on your data manual and go to page 14 and halfway down the page and just talk them through it. Because sometimes that calms the storm, you would say, if you can just talk to a person and walk them through it, because my interpretation may be different from yours. And if you're new in that seat, support is what you need.
Amen.
Definitely.
So that's good to know.
Yes,
Well, I
ma'am.
put August 2nd in my phone so I can call and say, how did it go live?
And I'm going to say great. I'm going to say great. Is that right, Dr. Davis? Where is she?
No, she doesn't use the phone.
Right, and I want to say this has been a team approach. It is a team approach. We're not doing this in isolation because every group here at the department actually builds on our student information system. I can say Mr. Rowland, his team have been working really hard with our attendance codes, making certain that we have what we need in the system so that the LEAs can code and we can report the way that we need to report it, because we have federal reporting that's based on attendance. And Dr. Davis and her team, they've been working really hard with our transcript. We have our team in their testing. So when you speak of testing, they're in there. They're in our test environment building reports and looking and seeing to make certain that it replicates the way it needs to replicate. So we are constantly in there. Molly Killingsworth, Dr. Killingsworth and her team, we're constantly in communication. So don't think it's just our IT and Angela working. It's cross sections here at the department to make certain what each section need is actually in that system. Because the last thing we want to do is get ready to do reporting from one section, and we have to work with our IT team to go and build a query to make that report. We want to use the dashboard that we have and make certain that it's reflective of what our needs are.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So if you need Anybody else? I'm sorry, you just,
No.
it was fabulous.
I'm sure.
And just,
And all you have to do is
know
get a
about the
phone
last
call
page.
away.
Last page,
Yeah,
okay.
the data, this one.
There you go, that's the most important
Yeah, this
part.
one
Okay.
about the data guide.
That, okay.
Yeah, and why don't you just send out, as Tracy just mentioned, just a text or an email
Yeah.
saying, it went great. It was so
I will,
Well,
and I will go ahead and send that tomorrow. I am claiming it. I really am, that we're gonna have a great go live, and support is the key.
It is.
The support. Now, if we were not doing the things that we have in place, I would be a little nervous. Yes, we may have some still at-risk situations that may not respond to us. We're gonna keep trying. We're not gonna close the door on them and say, oh, their data does not matter, because at the end of the day, every student that's in Alabama within a school district rolls up to the state, and we are charged with reporting information on those students. So we're not closing any doors. We're making certain it's a broken record, and they know if they contact me that I'm going to say, let's call them again. And they look at me, are you serious? Yes, let's call them again. We'll get the right person eventually that's going to go ahead and get it done.
There you go.
Okay?
Good attitude.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Boyd?
Yes, our next presentation deals,
2 and 3.
yes, answer 2 and 3, and our presenter will be Ms. Shantia Washington. Ms. Shantia Washington is not new to the department. She worked with us back some years ago, and it's really good to have her come back. Her wisdom and knowledge is a great additive effect to what we have here already at the State Department of Education. So she is a policy federal guru, and we're really happy to have her here. And she's been doing an exceptional job there. So you'll actually see it in just a few seconds. Ms. Washington.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you can tell that I used to watch television quite often when I was growing up, because I'm going to use the term, well, gosh darn it, for all the accolades. So thank you. It's wonderful for you to for me to be before you this afternoon. And I just want to spend a little time just talking to you about some updates as it relates to ESSER, along with where we are with our summary proposed ARP ESSER plan itself. So with that being said, just so you know, with the last time we had a conversation, I was here last month, we talked about ESSER 2. So at that period of time, we had kind of low rate. Well, guess what? Now we only have 7 districts that have not yet submitted. So just want you to know that, but we're working closely with those 7 to ensure that they submit their application. So that's where we are with ESSER 2. Don't forget, now we're transitioning into ARP ESSER. So with ARP ESSER, and we did this purposefully because we wanted to ensure that the districts had time to think about ESSER 2, what they're going to do with ESSER 2. Now we're moving right along with ARP ESSER. So with that being said, just as a reminder, remember the purpose is basically for the purpose of reopening schools to in-person instruction. I can't say that enough. That's the goal. Trying to make certain that we maximize instructional time, that we make certain that we sustain safe operations within the school itself, and that we address any issues that have come up around the pandemic itself. So those are the purposes. Now, as a state, we are required to submit a plan to basically tell the U.S. Department of Education how we as a state will utilize our funds. And in that plan, you will see that there are several things that they're asking us to do. First of all, they want to kind of know what our current state is, what are those priorities, what progress we've made during this pandemic, how we can safely go to in-person instruction, which as a state, we are happy to say that every single district by the end truly were in person. Planning for the use and coordination of those funds, making sure that we're maximizing any funds that we receive for the purpose of supporting our students, and ensuring that we are supporting LEAs as they get ready to do the plans themselves, and ensuring that we have a workforce that is being supported. We're supporting in the workforce area with our educators, and that we have a process in place for monitoring and measuring. So those are the things that we have to address in the plan itself. As you well know, this particular plan was actually due to the U.S. Department of Education on June 7th. However, because we are an innovative state, And we are a state that looks out for the benefit of all and specifically for our children, because we want to make sure that whatever we put on paper is something we truly are going to do, and to ensure that it is in alignment with prior plans, such as the strategic plan that we have in place for this great state. We received an extension. So our extension is now that the plan is due on June 25th. So let us not forget that when we look at state reserve, because that's what this plan is all about, how we're going to utilize those funds for our state reserve amount of money that you see before us here, which is $202 million. Remember, we have to reserve 5%. I call it the 511. You know, you have 911, 211. I call it the 511. So the 511 is basically looking at 5% learning loss, 1% summer enrichment, and 1% after school. And then we can also use it for other emergency needs. Now, as we look at these funds, we want to always remember that these are the funds, as I stated again, that are to address impact, to ensure that we are making certain that we are preparing students. We're looking to make certain that we are looking at possible preventive measures and ensuring that we are focusing on those most needed students that have been impacted by the loss of instructional time. So with that being said, we started the process and we're phasing this through. Remember, we have to make certain that we're getting input from our stakeholders in developing this plan. So as a result, our first phase of getting input was to send out a survey. And we did send that survey out, and we've had over 2,500 people to respond back to the survey of various stakeholder members. In doing so, what we've done is what we call the initial proposal of how they are proposing we look at things and how they are proposing that we spend the money. Now, I'm going to be very similar to like we see on the advertisement, but it's not quite as bad when I finish, have you seen those medical advertisements that start off with like 3 seconds of advertising about all the great benefits of the medicine, but then they also provide you like 15 seconds, which is much longer than the 3 seconds, of all the side effects of the medication. So I'm telling you that for this, we don't want the side effects. What we would like to do and what we are doing is we are ensuring that we take a look specifically at our stakeholder groups, what they are saying to us as the needs and what they are saying to us that should be the priorities. And then the next phase of things is that we're going to take their recommendations and try to gather them together and see what resonates to the top. What are those things that we're constantly seeing that are needed, and also making certain that it is in alignment with our strategic plan. So with that being said, our first step was that we sent a survey out, and with those survey results, these are some of the things that resonated to the top. Now, will these be the things that will stay resonated at the top? We'll find out that at the end, but I just want to let you know that these are the things that resonated to the top. As a result, the proposed things that they looked at as being promising practices was the fact that they did have to do like a reopening plan last year, and ensuring that also that there was a lot of work around identifying critical teaching standards and ensuring that there was a platform for virtual learning that took place. So those were the things that resonated to the top. And the third thing that many people don't even think about is the fact that remote students actually had access to meals, which is a benefit that many people didn't even think about when we went into this. Because a lot of times we as educators, we only think about academics. But as we have talked about a little bit here today, it's more than just the academics. You have to look at the whole child. So those were the things that were considered to be promising practices. The second part of that, we have to look at our priorities. So who are we going to look at when we start looking at students to ensure that we have no learning loss, or we can decrease any impact as it relates to loss of instructional time? And that would be to look at the students that have been disengaged. So when we say a disengaged student, what we're looking at are those students that have missed the most instruction, those students who didn't consistently participate in learning, whether it be remote or are even in class, those students that have been retained, and definitely those students who may not have even returned since March of 2020. So those are the ones that we truly want to make sure that we get a focus on, so we can ensure that we are providing them with some kind of additional services that they may need. We've already had a discussion about the early grade literacy component, so we want to make sure that that overall priority, based upon the feedback, is that we look at early grade literacy. And then the last thing, I think you've already talked about this a bit prior to now, and that is the mental health needs of the students. Students have gone through all kinds of things as a result of the pandemic. So we want to make sure that we're serving them and supporting them as well. So that also was one of the resonating things that continue to come out through the survey. Now, what you see in red is basically looking at those items and comparing it to what we have in our plan itself as it relates to our strategic plan.
Are we dealing with the mental health of the teachers? Because some of them that I know, you're focused on the mental health of the student, and that's important. But a teacher who has mental health difficulties can translate to broader problems in individual students.
I am so glad you stated that, because that is actually one of the objectives of ARP-ESSER. And that too is to not only look at the mental health of the student, but to look and support the mental health of teachers as well. Because many of them have lost students, they've lost loved ones. So it is also concentrated around that. And that actually was one thing that came out the survey.
Mental health, you're not just talking about students, you're talking about teachers and staff and support people, bus drivers and whatever.
And parents.
And parents.
Yes, sir. And parents.
I understand. I'm just trying to understand what we're doing now.
Yes, sir.
This is a lot of money.
Yes, sir, it is. So the other thing that we have to make sure of is that we are supporting the LEA to ensure that they can reopen, and then that they are doing the necessary in-person instruction plans to ensure that when we look at reopening, they're taking care of those things they need to think about around the safety issues, as well as continuity of services. All right, next.
Are we having systems who would indicate that they can open? I know that the state superintendent discussed at the Rotary Club in Huntsville that he expects all schools to be open. Are we having to deal with any systems who are reluctant to open all those schools, or do we have a program to do that?
Not from my understanding. I think we all, as far as I know of,
it's
we've
in
all
system compliance.
Yes, sir.
It's not an option to open.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So some of the previous uses of the funds as it relates to ESSER is that we have, and we've talked a little bit about previously, the size of reading grades K through 3 letter training has transpired. We've used some of those funds for that purpose. Virtual platform that I spoke about earlier. We've had some course of study training. We've had extension of reading and math assessments for grades 4 through 8. So that's some of the previous uses of the other funds, like the ESSER 1, ESSER 2 funds. Next. So now as we look into what do we need to do as it relates to, as it pertains to the state and the uses of the specific funds that I talked about previously, the 511 funds. So with the 5% reservation, the first one we talked about was academic impact and loss of instructional time. So as of now, what has resonated to the top would be the summer learning camps, along with supporting pilot projects geared toward addressing learning loss in early grades. Next. The next area we would like to look at is summer enrichment. One of the things that we heard over and over and over again from the LEAs and from parents, along with teachers, principals, superintendents, was that don't hold the money, we know what we need, give us the money. So as a result, what has resonated above all was that, and so we want to make certain that we're granting to the LEAs opportunities for them to ensure they have necessary summer enrichment programs. And one of the things we want to emphasize doing this is there was a overwhelming number of parents that really wanted it to be something that was community-based. Things that would be, they can have their programs at the school, but they also wanted it to be community-based. So you will see this under the summer enrichment area, as well as the after-school programs, the same thing. So I just wanted to kind of let you know the feel for the climate, and that is the feel for the climate. The one thing that many of the parents continue to say over and over and over again was the fact that they needed somewhere for the students to receive the additional support, along with they need to keep their job. I'm just going to be honest with you. So as a result, how can we do this? How can the school work together collaboratively with community-based collaboration and make certain that they are partnering to give them what they need, which is also income, to continue to have food to put on the table, etc.
Are we also, traditionally we look at summer school as catching up in traditional language arts and reading, but in the environment that I work around, a lot of the students are missing some of their accelerated learning processes that they would have gotten, particularly in AP and other courses. So are we looking at encouraging school systems to broaden their scope and understanding and communication to parents about the value of summer school? I know I have a family situation where my grandson's not going to summer school because that's not what he has to have. But that needs, I'm trying to let his mother know, my daughter, that the programs can include him, and that's in the Madison City system.
Absolutely. So as a result, not only like the advanced courses or AP courses or what have you, but also what we have to also realize, there are opportunities where students have missed for physical education even.
Yes.
So even offering physical education, ensuring that the arts are there, all of those things are things that we need to make certain that is part of the program itself.
So they broaden their scope of what the concept of summer school is, because many of them have not broadened it beyond what traditional summer school is.
Because that's actually happened, and I've actually contacted the department, and you mentioned physical education. This student wanted to take the accelerated programs during the regular school year, and thank you for making that change. And so I don't think that was the only student who had that concern, and you're expressing the same. So thank you for fixing that problem, and the parents and the family really do appreciate it.
It's an education process for them to change the mindset of what summer school is like.
That's correct.
I went to college year-round just to get finished, but that's not what public schools are. And it may be a way for us to transition to year-round schooling using this carrot approach.
Absolutely. And that would be one of the things that I want to talk about next. There are other proposed uses of funds, and that kind of fit what you was just talking about under some evidence-based pilot projects that could transpire as a result of ensuring, we all used to beg, as they say, long time ago, for seed money and to start and look at what is impacting our students and what can be impactful. This gives you an opportunity to be impactful. So that's some of the things that they have also proposed through the input, is looking at like ELPD, mental health services support, family engagement projects. I want to say that was huge because many people wanted the additional support around helping their students at home, learning new virtual platforms. They become very interested in that area. So that's another ways and means we could possibly look at things, along with teacher shortages, specifically for specific areas where there are huge shortages. So this kind of gives you an idea too of what was there. And last but not least, these are some other items that were looked upon as being needs within the area itself for state initiatives around expanding like access distance learning, ensuring that it goes at least from 6th grade to 12th grade, science in motion, and technology in motion, and English learning multilingual support. So these were all, as I stated, things that have resurrected and came to the top of the plate as it relates to things for the plan itself. I want to let you know where we are with it. So, and with that being said, I could entertain any questions we may presently have.
Any questions? Excellent job. See, no questions.
Great job. It's
Thank
a
you.
difficult job
Appreciate it.
changing mindsets and perceptions about what programs are like, and I think I applaud your efforts.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Specialized treatment.
Yes. The final presentation for today is on specialized treatment centers. So we normally call specialized treatment centers STCs. We've had some concerns with those for a few years, and we're working diligently to fix those. So I'll go ahead and provide some information to you. So a little overview about the STC. So today there are 61 STCs, and there are 33 local educational agencies or school districts that serve as the fiscal agents. So you may have one school district like Montgomery that has 7 STCs under their umbrella. There are 4 different classifications of STCs across the state. One of them, one large category, the largest category is the treatment centers that deal with behavior and drug addiction. Then we have DYS, the Department of Youth Services, and DYS has 3 campuses across the state. And then we have the youth detention facilities that's affiliated with DYS, and we have 12 of them across the state. So with the youth detention facilities, typically their placement there might be 72 hours, 24 hours, or 48 hours. Students are placed there when they've committed a crime. So a juvenile, someone who's not classified as an adult, they're placed there, and then the judge may decide whether or not they'll be charged as an adult or a juvenile. And if they're charged as a juvenile, they may be placed at DYS.
Were these continued when the schools were shut down? Did the specialized?
Absolutely.
So they continued.
Absolutely.
They never shut down.
They never
That's what
shut
I thought.
down.
I wanted to make sure
That's
everybody heard
correct.
that.
That's right. And then specialized treatment hospitals. These are some of our students who have some serious conditions. And the population here encompasses general ed or regular ed and also special education students. There are multiple placement entities, which complicates the issue, and the funding also comes from multiple sources, which also complicates the issue. So on this slide here, it shares with you the different placement entities regarding STC. So the biggest percentage of them come from a combination of DHR and the judicial system working together. Approximately 75% of the placement comes from those 2 sources there. The multi-need child committee, we have a multi-needs child committee here at the State Department of Education that mainly consists of individuals from the Special Education Department. From time to time, we may have an LEA who make a recommendation to us that a student needs to be placed at an STC. A group of individuals will come together and discuss that particular case there and determine whether or not an STC is the right place and which STC can provide the best services for that particular student. Also, from time to time, LEAs send students to STC because an LEA may feel that they do not have the resources needed for a student to thrive in a normal school environment. And the last case, very, very small percentage of referrals come from this category, is the category of parents. So you may have a situation where a parent discovered that a child has a drug addiction and they want to place that child in an STC and decide to do that on their own. But in terms of percentage, that's very small. I would say probably 1% or 2% come from that particular category. So let's talk about the contributing factors that make this so complicated. So with STCs, of course, we're responsible for the education of kids, K through 12, but there are 2 general categories, or 2 main categories, 2 categories, broad categories. So you have general education, you also have special education. So the funding for these entities come from several different sources. The Alabama State Department of Education provides a large category, provides the bulk of the money associated with STCs, but DHR also provides funding, particularly with the location and funding for keeping the facility open, paying the electric bill, and all those types of things there. The judicial system, again, I mentioned the 12 juvenile placement centers there. Those are tied closely to the judicial system. Our district and circuit judge make that decision sometimes to place them there, but also mental health, they play a role too in the funding of that particular process. When you look to the far right, the influences that exist with all the STCs, which again contributes to the complexity of it, the State Department of Education, the judicial system, Department of Human Resources, mental health, the LEA, and special interest group all play a role because they all have unique perspective on these particular things here, and because they have unique perspectives on this, they have an opinion of what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. So our administrative code, of course, this is our Bible and how we handle certain things there. With regards to STC, the statutory authority based on the Code of Alabama states that we're responsible for students. We want to make sure that we have an environment that's conducive to learning and we put them in a location for their well-being. Well, our administrative code, which of course is different from the Code of Alabama, provides the rules and regulations associated with STCs. So the rule that was the first administrative code regarding STCs was done back in 2014. It was actually January 2017, but it became effective in February of 2017. Recently, in January, a presentation was made to you all regarding some possible changes to administrative code regarding STCs. We realized, based on the feedback we got from individuals across the state, that it's best for us to hold off a little bit on that and gather more information and rework that administrative code. And some of you played a key part in there, sharing some information to us about that. So we're able to do a little bit more research and kind of change the proposal to you all. And I'm happy to note that we're almost there. We're probably about 95% complete. In the next 2 months or 3 months, another presentation will be made to you all with those proposed changes. But I have some more information I'd like to share with you. So here are the proposed changes. We want to change the wording to read benefit all students instead of special needs students. Keep in mind, when STCs were originally developed, it was originally developed only for special needs students. But the truth of the matter is, probably only 40% of the students are special needs students. The other 60% are general ed students. Improve the readability of the section of the administrative code. So we're changing the language slightly and make it a lot easier to read and understand. We also want to update the student information system. Keep in mind, when it was first done, we were using SES for special education students, and we're also using Chalkable or STI for our general ed students. Well, that's not the case. We're moving on to Power School, so we want to change that in the administrative code. Also, we want to require STCs to notify appropriate LEA of student placement. So there's historically been a problem of lack of communication between the two entities. We want to put that in writing so there won't be any concerns in that particular regard. Also, we want to require a transition meeting for students entering STCs. Instead of just having the students dumped into the STCs, we want to make sure that there's a transition meeting, that we talk about the needs of the students, talk about if there's an IEP and so forth, or in the individualized education plan, to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the student. Also, we want to require a transition meeting for students exiting the STCs and re-entering the schools. So we want to make sure that when that Johnny goes back to that school, that the principal, the teachers know exactly what the student needs are, what type of classes and what was actually done for that student while he or she was in the STC.
Dr. Boyd, I would assume in the item before a student is put in an STC, there's an appeal process or an evaluation process where the student and or their guardian or parent could not want the child in that kind of environment. They have an appeal process. Do we have a system?
Absolutely. So this is done.
I would assume we do.
Right. And sometimes individuals, even educators, make the mistake that they feel they know what's best for the student, but we cannot educate the student without working with the parents.
Right.
So all three entities are important: the student, the parent, and
the degree of difficulty with the student with whatever disability they have or drug addiction.
Absolutely.
And may resist getting out of the public schools, and I've dealt with both situations.
Absolutely. So all of this is done with the inherent purpose of making sure we're doing what's best for the students.
And that's the transition meeting.
That's correct.
Who will audit the STCs to make sure that's happening and that we hold them accountable?
Absolutely. So what we plan to do is we'll have someone at the State Department of Education have oversight over the STCs, but also incorporate that in our comprehensive monitoring program. So here's some additional proposed changes. We want to use stronger language for accountability. So the information in red is what we want to add to it also, and I'll just read this out loud. So upon submitting assurance of compliance in each of the areas, an educational endorsement of operation will be awarded to the Specialized Treatment Center from the department. So we're going to endorse them. The endorsement will be valid for 3 years and can be revoked at any time for failure to comply with the assurances listed above. So not only will we endorse them, but if they're not doing what they need to do, then we can revoke that. Also, we want to make sure that we clearly delineate who is responsible for what, because that's where a lot of the concern exists, as Ms. West has pointed out to me quite a few times. So we're going to have a special category, Ms. West and others, regarding this. So LEA responsibilities, we want to provide specific guidance on enrollment, which is a question there. Graduation, which school do they graduate from if they're in an STC, and issues related to special education. And we want to also address those concerns as it relates to those three major categories there. So if they're placed by an LEA, how is enrollment impacted by this student? What particular, or where would that student graduate, and how do we deal with special education issues, particularly the free and appropriate public education for the child? So we have three categories here: the LEA, state agencies, and with parents. So we're going to have under each category, LEA, state agency, parents, we're going to have subcategories that address enrollment, graduation, and special education, because it's different for each different situation, and we want to make sure that we outline it for every single possibility that can exist. So in order to fix this problem, it's important to understand there are three major categories: the student service process, the funding process, and the management and accountability. So the funding, we've been working closely with Mr. Ethan Taylor and Mr. Craig, so we feel that that part is strong and so forth. The management and accountability has historically been a problem, so a lot of the changes are going to fall in that particular area. And the student services and the process associated with that, there has been some concerns, but I'm happy to note that we're going to integrate the STCs into our power schools, so we'll be able to keep up with the students when they transfer to the STC, when they transfer back. Plus, when a student is actually at the STC, the school district will be able to look through Power School and see the progress and see how well they're doing it. So at one particular point, when a student went into an STC, it appeared that the ties were severed when that student are cut whenever they went to the STC. But now we're going to have that open link through.
And funding follows the student to the STC.
Absolutely.
Not out, so the school system, if they refer them, they can lose funding because that's going to go to the STC.
To a certain degree. So the funding for the funding for the school district is going to be based on the foundation program, which means the first 20 days after Labor Day determines the number of foundational units, teachers, principals, and so forth for the upcoming and the subsequent school year.
Right.
In terms of the STCs, it's going to be based on the number of student days that exist. It's going to be more than one component, but that's going to be the more part. So the more student days you have in an STC, the more money you'll get, which is an incentive to make sure that you recruit as many students as possible. It's also an incentive for you to do as good of a job as you can, so that school district judges and support will send students to your facility because you're doing a really good job.
But
it's kind of based on the free enterprise system that we have in America.
On the inverse, if somebody is in the first 20 days and so they're funded in the school system, but then they go to STC on the 22nd day, how does that affect the school system funding, or does it?
It does.
Or should it?
It will. So, and no system is perfect. So the school district will get credit for that student for the first 20 days because we're in that school district for the first 20 days. But also, the STC will get funded based on the number of student days that student will be in the STC.
So the school system won't necessarily lose any funding.
Right.
If the child goes to the STC if they're already in the first 20 days.
Correct. That's right. That's right.
We may work on that one there.
Okay. So our solutions will focus on the following areas: curriculum and instruction. Of course, we want to, one good thing we're really proud of the fact is we're expanding our Access program. So the Access program is a program that we have for our students. Well, Access was initially created some years back, maybe 10, 12 years ago, to offer classes in rural school districts that students may not have an opportunity to take. So for example, in a rural school district, you may not have a physics teacher, or you may not be able to offer that particular class. Access allows students in rural school districts to take these types of classes. It's been a big benefit. Well, what we want to do is we want to expand Access. And by the way, we're creating our own Access program in our state. And we'll be able to allow the STCs to use the franchise model and use that same system to educate their students in there. That way we have consistency in making sure that our students are getting good instruction and the fact that they can earn a Carnegie unit just like a student in a regular school system. Student assessment is important for us to assess students, every student, because that assessment information allows us to know where that student is at. And if there's a need to provide additional assistance, we can then provide that prescriptive assistance to their students based on the results of those standardized assessments. Free and appropriate education. Each child has not a state right, but a federal constitutional right to a free and appropriate education. So we want to make sure that we are able to provide that for our special needs students in our STCs. Truancy, this is part of the state law that states that every student of appropriate age has to be in school there. Part of the problem we talked about before, that when a student would matriculate back into the regular traditional schools, somehow something would happen and a child would get lost, and fall between the gaps. By us using PowerSchool, we can track where every single student is across state, all 742,000 students. So that will help fix that problem considerably. Compliance monitoring, as talked before, you have to inspect what you expect, because if you don't, things won't be what you think it is. So doing that is going to be a big benefit. Grading credits, transcript records, and diplomas. Again, PowerSchool will help to fix a lot of those particular things. Not only PowerSchool, but strengthening what's in the administrative code will make sure that we're implementing the rules to fidelity, and that if we have to question what's going on there, we could always go back to the administrative code and say, here, it's in writing, and this is why we need to do it, if there's any resistance. Effective school, student transition and placement. We talked about the mandatory meetings, the before and after. Certified educators and professional development. We want to make sure that every student has access to a good education, which require having those things in place. Facilities, materials, technology, equipment, making sure that all those things are there, because in order for a student to learn, the environment has to be conducive to learning. And part of that is having the right materials and supplies and educators in place, and a systematic funding process so everyone knows how it's funded and they can see that it's fair and it's truly based on how many students are served in each individual entity. Any questions regarding this?
Dr. Ward, how do we, or do we have any problems with this stigma associated with attending an STC, especially when you look at a transcript? You know, if I'm an employer and a child has been there for whatever difficulty, criminal or just behavioral or learning disability, how do we avoid that appearing on transcript? And
well, none of our STCs should graduate a child. They should graduate from the school that they actually should be at.
The transcript could reflect the fact that they required some of their cognitive units in an STC.
If a transcript is full and it can share that information would be conveyed. However, keep in mind that the diploma will have the school where that student is.
Thank you.
But I think it's also important to note that that may be the case there, but some of the classes that the students take at some of these STCs are like anger management, and we think that that's just non-traditional classes there. But we have worked, which was a problem that came up recently a few months ago, but we've worked with Sean Stevens, and those types of classes, classroom management, will now count as an elective. So that could be, and it'll count as a Cognia unit, but an elective, not an actual class. So in order to graduate at Alabama, you have, as part of the 4x4 system, you need 4 Cognia units in English language arts, 4 in science, 4 in math, and 4 in social studies. But there are lots of electives you can take. Those classes like that, which a student really, really needs. Because after all, our overall goal, our ultimate goal is to make sure that our students are productive citizens of our society. And in order for our students to matriculate in our greater society, it's sometimes important for us to give them the type of classes and the nurturing environment that they need to succeed. So by doing that, then we have a much greater chance that they will be successful.
And you and I have discussed issues that are not only curriculum, like how to speak and relate, dress and whatever. And I know that we can cover those better sometimes than the STCs with these students without family background, and I assume that that's what we help do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But now keep in mind that one STC does that, another STC addresses something totally different.
Yes.
I mean, it's just a huge wide gamut. So, and I don't want to make a broad generalization from that one STC or that one group of STCs we're talking about, but they're just so varied. But it's very much needed, because we have to realize that those students are at their most vulnerable stage. So it's up to us to provide equitable services in this particular case to help them become successful.
I just personally wish parents would use the referral more. And that's, you commented very few parents do, but as a school administrator, sometimes the hardest thing you have to do is get the parent to realize that it's appropriate, and the parents will come and say, I don't know what to do with them, but they don't want to take advantage of this remediation.
Yeah, and it's so important too that there's just environment of trust that exists between the LEA and the parent. If there's trust
And the
there,
STC.
yeah, and the STC also, but when that trust is there, I mean, we can move mountains working together.
Thank you, sir.
I'm very excited about the work that you've done, and I know it's taken a lot of time for us to get here. The concern that I have is because they're all so different, some of the facilities that we've heard about or read about may not have been great environment, may have been really poor environments for our children. So if there's a school present at the STC that is the classroom spaces and their teaching, because not all of them have schools, do we send someone in from the department, not DYS, to check on the facilities and the equipment? And I noticed that that's the second to the last item, but
Yeah.
I'm just concerned, that is a concern that I have.
Yeah, that's our plan to do that. But again, keep in mind that it's just so varied. So part of the STCs are private. They're private facilities
Yes.
that are classified there, and they have their school, they have their teachers, they have all of those there. And then we have youth detention facilities, which a student is just placed there for a short period. Then you have therapeutic hospitals
That's right.
that, I mean, it's just, it's the
Very
big gamut there.
complicated.
So there's almost a certain list of characteristics that would have to look for at one STC and a different set of characteristics, with the ultimate aim of making sure that we provide the best possible service to the student.
But if you see something that gives you that red flag, whether it's private or hospital or whatever, to whom do you turn?
State Department.
Okay.
Will have
And
it,
then you
which
can
is
go in, not
right.
you.
Yeah, but yeah.
We
but-
may go in and intervene, and do you give them a prescription on improvement? Do you immediately shut them
Absolutely.
down?
What they
Do you
need to
remove the kidlets or what?
It depends how serious the situation is, but it's important to understand why the information we had in red was there.
She's never
The letter we
Oh, yeah.
I don't know the definition.
Sorry. I'm always elementary, they'll always
Right.
yell. This-
But to address that is why the proposed change in that we have we endorse them, but we also can close them too if there's a concern, a serious
So
enough
you would
concern.
shut them down if you were really.
If it's serious enough.
And I'm
Not-
talking about even, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I mean, where if the bathrooms don't flow or the, you know. if
Absolutely, those are all important.
Worrisome about.
Part of the environment. Yeah.
Okay.
Our intent is not to close them, but we have that there. It's
But you
just
can, and you
right.
know you can.
That's
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Boyd, the concern I was referencing was, back when I was younger, we had reform schools, and STCs don't want to be perceived as, when I was in school, somebody got sent to a reform school, you were just a degenerate, and they're not. They have other needs that can be ameliorated and then return to the regular environment, and I'm certain that's what you're dealing with.
Absolutely. And I'd like to thank the committee that's working on this, which includes the lead Chambers, Angela Morton, Terry Roller, Ethan Taylor, our technology team, and quite a few others. Shantha Washington have helped provide some input, so I appreciate their help in doing this, and for them to lead the charge after I'm gone to make sure that this goes through.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Boyd?
I would like to know the enrollment number in the 61 facilities. I know that changes because they transition in and out, but if it was just sort of a round estimate.
I would say about 2,500 on any particular day,
Okay.
but it changes on different
But
days and so
from in
forth.
and out of court.
Correct.
and-
But overall, over a year's period, it might be around 4,000 to 5,000 students, because some of them go there for 48 hours because of some crime that was
Right.
committed.
Okay, well, again, thank you kindly.
So are you going to have a phone on your tractor?
Yeah.
Absolutely, Ms. Bell.
But we'll answer
Anytime,
that Friday.
anytime anybody wants to call, I'll be, same phone number, so yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you. That was very good.
Thank you.
We have the case with the tractor.
Your presentation today proves that you can't retire.
It's called the R word.
All right, well then, moving on to board questions. I had some questions, but I sort of embedded mine into since there were so many in the updates from the department, a lot of my questions were answered at that point in time, but I feel like without.
And I appreciate getting the presentation to PowerPoint ahead of time so that we can go through that individually, and that also helps to answer our questions. And you look for the answers knowing that you're going to anticipate that it's actually in the presentation. So
You're welcome.
Oh, thank you, yeah. And thank you, Ms. Nora, I'm sure she's.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Charles and whomever else does all that, we know it's not just an easy blink of an eye, so do we have any questions? I almost feel like without Dr. McCarty, we would just.
She's got her questions waiting. She's
She
gonna
may be
hold on
listening
to
to
them.
this
Wait,
message.
she's
I
probably
told her I
watching.
would get her a special session next week to worry about her mother, and we'd follow up next week.
Well, did you hear anything else?
I've not heard anything else today. I don't know if anybody else has heard from her. I know
Yeah.
West heard a little bit this morning, but I think they're still waiting for some tests.
So whomever hears, would you just let us all know if we need to know anything early? So.
We do, so so Dr. Boyd, Steve, he is planning though for more stuff. So
More
in
stuff.
July, because we've also had a lot of questions about career tech. And so Dr. Hull is working on a good presentation about all the stuff going on in career tech and update your numbers. But because of mega conference, Dr. Hull has to be at mega conference, so we pushed that off to August. So, but when you come in August, you can expect that. That's one of the things that we're going to have on the agenda is giving you just a full overview of career tech, much like we did literacy today. And if you give us, if there are other things like STCs that you say, look, we want an update on this, we're glad to do that. Of course, the more time we have to put it together, the better. But even if it's a last minute something, just let us know, and we might be a little more smaller if it's last minute. But we definitely are trying to always think ahead and try to rotate things through. And then, of course, by the time we meet in September, I know everybody thinks that's a long way off, but we will have those the summative test results by September, our first ever test results. So we expect to have spend some time on that in September.
And before we go, remember, if you have any input, comments, whatever, give them to Dr. Mackey regarding that resolution of the CRTs. So that's one thing. And I don't remember the date when we'll be back. It's Tuesday, July.
July the 9th, I believe.
I don't know.
I'm going to look to make sure, but I think it is July the 9th. No, it's the 13th. I don't even know where the 9th came from. It's July 13th on a Tuesday. And the schedule will be the same as normal, but a little different.
Whatever normal is.
Whatever normal is, right? Well, on that, we will adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, don't bang it too hard.
You're looking at your hammer.
What did you mean?
I'm just saying, don't bang it too hard.
Oh,
She didn't
the
like that.
governor.
Yeah,
my
because